establishment, and one of your, I don't know who the person is, said she couldn't name the security guards. I think it was your wife or another owner. They couldn't name the security guards, and you called the company that you guys employ, and there was no way that you could name a security guard. That's what the report states. My council colleagues, if you want to skim through that report, not saying who's right or wrong on the report, but we got to look at people that are friendly to the neighborhood and friendly to investigations. So in the police report, they couldn't name the security that worked the night before. So how is that, Mr. Martinez?
To tell you the truth, nobody came to me and asked for anything. I'm usually there.
It's the last paragraph, my council colleagues, on the police report that is dated. I could read it on the record. You want me to read it on the record, Council President?
Yes, please do. So everyone has it in front of them, but you can read it because the viewers do not have it.
Actually, this is you, Mr. Martinez. I'm sorry. It says Mr. Martinez, advisor officer. Oh, no, I'm sorry, Miss Martinez. That's Miss. I apologize, Miss Martinez. So Gloria Martinez, who's also on the applicant, who advised that she was the owner of this establishment located at 991 Madison Ave. She advised the officer that she was home at the time and was never advised by any of her staff members of an assault. She stated she had just arrived at her establishment to clean up shortly before this officer's arrival. Ms. Martinez further advised this officer that the cameras at her establishment were not operable, did not work. I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Maybe it didn't work that day, but we'll give the benefit of the doubt. And attempted to make contact with the security company she contracted to work in her business in an attempt to obtain the names of the security guards working at the time of the incident, which yielded negative results. So she stated they hired a company and couldn't get the names of these employees. Now, Mr. Martinez, you just told me you know the employees that worked the night before. Not saying, Council President, my council colleagues, not saying that whatever happened there is true or not. I'm not picking sides. But when I look at an establishment, we want people to assist investigations, right? If a neighbor gets assaulted across the street, I expect the establishments in my ward to give the camera up so they can assist their neighbor to find who assaulted someone. I have establishments that give up their cameras in the 6th Ward if they stole an Amazon package. That's what businesses, friendly businesses, and people that care about quality of life. Now I read a police report, you couldn't even name the employees that you hired to assist in the investigation. Could you explain that, Mr. Martinez?
But believe me, I don't know what you're talking about. What kind of case you're talking about? I haven't had any situation over there. No police has ever talked to me. But
they spoke to Gloria Martinez.
Gloria is my wife.
This was on August 8, 2021.
What I'm saying, Gloria is my wife.
And Gloria Martinez is on this application. So she's the owner. I'm looking at her right here.
She's my wife.
Okay, she's the owner.
What, she's the owner?
Maybe, I'm sorry, one second. So maybe we should have had the wife. If she's the person that you know is on the report, then maybe you should. If she's the licensee, the license is under the wife's name, then the wife.
No, it's under my name, Alfonso Martinez.
Okay, so
Council President, so let me wrap up. So, Mr. Martinez, what I'm trying to tell you is in the 6th Ward, contrary to what you're, this is how I look at it in this area, we take quality of life very serious. We want the business owners to be partners within the neighborhood to make sure that the area is safe, clean, and friendly. Right?
Yes, I understand.
And from what I'm reading, it's not that right now. Now, there are 5 calls, assaults. I see a lot of it happening around 3 in the morning. what are you gonna do to assist to make sure that does not occur again if we grant you this license? And these are all valid questions, Council President. What would you do as the owner?
I'll keep my place clean. I'm gonna fix my cameras because they were broken.
That's a good step. See, that's
I'm
positive.
gonna fix them because believe me, during the pandemic, and I didn't make no money, and bills accumulated so high that I didn't have money to pay my bills. So I'm working on it right now, and well, I guess I'm gonna have to buy new ones and put them on. For the other stuff, I know all the people, most of the people that live around there, and we are good friends. They come over to my place. The neighborhood, they come over to my place, and we're very good friends.
What time do you generally close or the music ends in your establishment? When do you turn off the music?
We shut it down at 2:15 to 20.
Okay. So, Council President, I got a recommendation, and I hope my council colleagues could support me on this recommendation, and I think it's a fair medium ground. Right? We all talk about quality of life. I can't wait, especially right now, the next couple months, we talk about how serious we are with quality of life. But we can't say we're serious about quality of life when allowing some things go on that constantly occur and not taking action. So, Mr. Martinez, something that I've done with some establishments in the 6th Ward, and I'm consistent. Council President, I would say move this forward as a councilman, and hopefully I agree with my other council colleagues for a vote. But I would do a temporary license, right? See how they act within the 3 or 4 months. If everything goes good, we give them for the year. It worked. It worked out up the block on 21st Ave. I have not received calls. This shows other applicants that the status quo and anything goes does not occur. And it also allows Mr. Martinez to open up, continue his operation, right? And show us that he's willing and shows that there's no issues in that establishment. He could come back if all is good. We have a simple vote at a meeting, and he has it for the year. But I do think we should do a temporary license. I hope my council colleagues can support me on that, and that will really show to the public that we do need business when it comes to quality of life, and we're also extending the olive branch to the business owner. So we're not shutting them down, but we are giving him a temporary license for him to show us. It's like a corrective action plan and a personal improvement plan, right? That we utilize in the education field. That he doesn't need it anymore, and he'll get his thing at the day. Mr. Martinez, I feel that's a fair thing that we grant you that. I will support that. And then you do good, you have it for the rest of the year.
Okay.
Is that fair, Mr. Martinez?
Okay, thank you.
All right, I wanna thank you, Councilman, one second, Councilman Abdelaziz, as I do with every council member, I always give consideration to the council member of the ward, okay? Unlike regardless of, what I feel about this is a body of 9, and, I'm seeing there are a few council members that have spoken to move it for, not saying they're supporting it, but to move it forward for a vote. Because that's within our right and our jurisdiction to vote on these licenses up or down, okay? Councilwoman Cotton?
Thank you, Council President. I'm looking at I just want to bring it up to the 6th Ward Councilman. I was reading a report from August, I believe it's August 8th or something. I'm trying to figure out if you know, Councilman, if what has happened there since August. I mean, September, October, November, December, January, February. Has to Alfonso Martinez. Since August, what has have you been written up or police report since August?
I haven't done anything, nothing.
Okay, I just wanted to bring that out because I'm not sure. I'm trying to read it. The printing is so little. Like you can't hardly read it. But, I'm just asking you, I see Mary Ann wrote something, but have you had incidents at your place since August?
No,
Okay. Thank you, Alfred.
Very good. So, Mr. Martinez, do you have anything you want to say before, because we're pretty much done with the discussion. The council colleagues, from what I see, majority want us to move it forward to a regular meeting for a vote, but that will be next week. So, do you have anything you want to say?
no, that, believe me that I need an entertainment license because of, have to pay a lot of bills. This pandemic, believe me, business are very slow, and without that license, we barely survive. Please understand that.
Yes. And Mr. Martinez, I appreciate your words, understanding. Please understand us that we respond to the people.
No, I understand.
And so quality of life is big, it's on my top of the list as well. So just be mindful of that. It's nothing against you per se, we don't know you, right? But please be mindful, we answer to the people. And I can't say from one side of my mouth that I'm all about quality of life while I'm running for office, but then throughout, I'm supporting businesses that have had different situations, okay? So have a good night.
Council President, our Corporation Council, we're gonna amend it to a quarterly license. Council, is that good?
I'm actually, I would defer to Corporation Council if we can grant a temporary license.
Yeah, we've done
I
it
would
before.
support that. I would support that just to see where, this is
It
happening.
goes. So a
Right.
3-month license, Amen, can we amend it?
I believe the proper procedure is once, it's before the council, they
Make a
can,
motion on the floor?
yes, I believe that's the
I'll do
proper
that.
procedure.
Thank
Okay,
you.
very good. Thank you very much, Mr. Martinez. You have a good night, and to, the council is here, okay?
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night.
Good night, sir.
Okay, did he leave? No, he's still on. Is his lawyer still on? No. Okay, very good. So the next entity. Oh my God.
Number 37, Council President?
Yeah, I know. Just let me get my paperwork together because this is
Okay, please.
a little. 37 is, El Cántaro Liquors. So El Cántaro Liquors is, I don't see, no, let's do, you know what, I see Mancora, so I'm gonna allow,
Council President,
we're going to allow, I just allowed, Mr. Vladimir, and I see here Esquire Richardson. Okay. So we're gonna start again, as I stated in the previous, with the previous discussion, which is similar. This is not a hearing. Any questions that would be asked to the applicant. If the applicant wants or needs the assistance of the person that he's bringing on, which in this case is Ms. Richardson, then at that time, but the questions will be answered by the applicant. And if a hearing is a necessity, then we would have to do an executive session and take it, into a hearing format. For right now, what we have before us is a license for entertainment and dance hall. 1 second, Councilwoman Mims.
I just wanted, because Councilmember Rivera's hand is up. I don't know if it's been up for a
No,
while.
it's been like that since he spoke before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's been like that. I actually tell everyone after you raise your hand, can you lower it? But there you go. All right, so, the item we have before us is a, resolution,
Council President, if I may, it's 33, is the same company, with 3 items. One is for coin operated, one is for dance hall, and the other one is for entertainment and show license. So it's 33, 34, and 35, and that's for Mancora Lounge.
right. I was looking at the lower, I was actually looking at
And
37.
they're all at Prospect, the same address, Prospect Street.
Right,
It's
and
33,
so,
34, and 35.
yes, And so, this item has come before us, this item, came before the council. The council is within its right, what we vote on is to approve or deny renewals or new applicants, right? And, it is within our statute, within our right, that we, can support or not support based on information that we receive through reports. I, for one, can say that, if I'm getting complaints from constituents, as we've had with many entities, we've been able to actually close down establishments based on facts, not rumors, facts. So with that said, this item came before us, and again, it was removed, and it came back to finance, and it was put back on. And we've had a request by council members to have another discussion now, and so this is why we are here. Okay, does anyone have any questions for the applicant pertaining to 33, 34, and 35? Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam President, thank you. I'm just, I'd like to start the conversation by checking, I opened the first page, which is entertainment and dance hall license checklist. And this is something that, every time I look into a entertainment dance hall license, I check all the checklists and I say, license for a year, all fee or receive it, yes. Annual fire certificate receive it, yes. Annual health certificate receive, yes. Dance side have a ABC license, yes. Any other letter, reporter, or record receipt, yes. So I think that's one of the things that I look into. From my angle before I submit my vote, and I'm just gonna put it for the record that I see that in all the in the resolution, I see the checklist and it's all completed. So I have nothing to say about that. So nothing else. Everything is based on the information that we have. This entity they received, they submitted all the the proper documentation for the approval of this dance hall license. So,
Council President.
Hey, Councilman Mendez, are you done?
I'm done. Thank you, Madam President.
Councilman Velez?
All right, no license, I'm gonna read this. No license under the chapter should be granted or approved by the council if it appears that the place premises or structure to be licensed does not comply with the applicable requirements of the law or regulation of the New Jersey and the building, zoning, health, or fire prevention ordinance of the city, or otherwise constitute a hazard to the health, safety, or moral of the public. Furthermore, no such license should be granted or approved either the applicant or the site is delinquent of any taxes or government changes or fees. Reading that, I know we're here to entertain the license and dance hall license and the entertainment show license and the other license that they want. I believe is the Beyond license. But I have a question. Who's here for the attorney? For Vladimir, Makora?
You just mentioned, so apparently you know who the person, who Vladimir is. So Vladimir is on here. He's
Madam President, who's here?
One second, Councilman, I'm going to answer you. We have let Vladimir in, and I believe that the other council was, and I mentioned her before, Lisa Richardson.
Teresa Richardson?
There you go. That's my question. Who's here for Vladimir? Who represented Vladimir? That's my question.
I'm representing that. Yes.
Okay, good. Madam Richardson, are you going to answer for Mr. Vladimir, or can I answer the question?
Councilman Velez, I think you're out of order. I think I started this meeting by stating that you will address your questions to the applicant.
Well, if the
Council President, the Council President. I started this meeting by kind of setting the rules, all right, and how we just did the previous one. You saw how I mentioned who the lawyer was. I said the questions will be answered by the applicant.
So, Council President.
Why would you address?
Council President, I understand what you're saying, Council President. I don't like to argue with you, trust me, especially in public. But I think you miscommunicated what I'm trying to ask here, all right? The same way you have the power as a president, use your goggle to put order, and you're trying to instruct us how to conduct a conversation with the parties, not a hearing, because you say there's no hearing, a conversation, Q&A section. So my question is, if Mr. Vladimir, by his rights, has an attorney representing him, I want to make sure I'm not violating the rights of Mr. Vladimir and that he hired an attorney to speak for him. That's what I just want to ask.
Okay, so Councilman, as we stated with the other, the lawyer was there and the questions were asked to the applicant. The lawyer had no, because the questions that were asked were pertaining to the license. There was nothing out of order. Councilman, as I stated in the previous one, we're here to look forward. Are we moving this? Because this is a workshop. This is where we ask the question. And if we move it, like we did, the other entity is going to regular. There's from,
So let me ask you, Mr. Vladimir.
Can I finish, Councilman Velez? Let me finish.
I don't want to
Just
delay
like we did, Councilman Velez, just like we had an amendment on the other one, right? We can do the same. That's why we're here. Let us ask the applicant, okay, the questions.
Madam
The person that
President.
he has with him.
Madam President, correct. Madam President, you have sat here for 2 terms, 3 terms, I believe. Madam President,
Councilman,
in the past, we have had this applicants in front of the council. And I recall that the applicants was by themselves or they was with an attorney. And I know in the past, the attorney used to interject for the question that was asked to the client in that moment. So I'm going to direct my questions to Mr. Vladimir, and if his attorney wants to interject, they could do so because we have an
One second, Corporation Counsel. It's my understanding that in a hearing, you're able to do that, and we're not doing a hearing. It's also my understanding that Mr. Vladimir is actually not the applicant. He is the manager of the establishment. He is not the owner of the license. So I don't know that the conversation is going to go so.
Okay, let me ask Mr. Vladimir.
Corporation Counsel. Corporation Counsel.
Yes, Council President, thank you for that question. The applicant has a representative here, I believe it's Mr. Vladimir. You're right, Council President, he's not the one on the application. And to the extent that the council is asking for factual information, that's probably best from the applicant or his designated representative. In this case, it may be Mr. Vladimir. Ms. Richardson is obviously counsel of record, and I know she hasn't been given an opportunity to speak, but she may want to say that she's counsel of record for the applicant, and it's certainly well within her right to shut down any responses from her client that she may deem in her legal judgment to be a question that she doesn't want her client to answer. But in these sort of contexts, there's no right to counsel at this point. This is just a workshop discussion. If in the wisdom of Council President and your colleagues, you decide to move this on for a meeting, and at that point it's denied, I think there would be some opportunities to be heard thereafter. But in this sort of context, there's no right to counsel. But as I previously stated, I would respectfully request that Council President, your colleagues indulge the applicant to the extent that you're going to ask them questions. And if there's things that Ms. Richardson may be able to assist that applicant with, if you deem it advisable, permit her to do so.
So I want to be clear that Ms. Richardson is here representing Mr. Vladimir, or are you here representing the applicant?
I'm here representing Nancora Lounge. Mr. Peralta is just the manager. Unfortunately, the owner and his family are away on vacation because we only got notice of this last night. But by all means, we want to fully cooperate. And anything that you ask, my client is prepared to do their best to answer. We've been 3 months without the license, and we like to get to the bottom of it.
Can I ask my question now?
Okay, very well. Councilman Velez?
Madam President, who you want me to ask the question to, Barata or to the council?
No, you will ask the question to the applicant.
Okay. Mr. Peralta, how are you? Mr. Peralta? Vladimir? No 20?
Is he there? Can he hear you?
I don't know. I don't see no microphone on it. I don't see nothing.
Oh. I think we could take a moment, Ms. Richardson, if you can call your.
Yes, please, thank you.
Madam, anyways.
Hold on, I got a floor, Councilman. Hold on for a minute.
Councilman Mendes, do you have a question?
No, I'm just a little confused in terms of, I'm not a lawyer, but, when I hire a lawyer and I go in front of the board, in most of the cases, the lawyer is the one that represents me, the lawyer is the one that speaks. That's the reason why you
It's
hire.
not a hearing, Councilman.
I know,
It's not a hearing. You wanna have a hearing, I'm glad to do that. We'll do an executive session and we'll put it, and we'll bring all the entities that need to be.
Council
We're
President,
not in court, we're not in court.
Council President, I think in this case, we do need a hearing. If you look at page 4 to 8, my council colleague, just read them. Don't just read the one.
I don't answer.
Who was that?
That's actually, Ms. Richardson is speaking to.
I'm speaking, Ms. Richardson.
No, she didn't mean to, I muted her, she was unmuted, she's speaking on the phone.
Okay, so I think we do need a hearing specifically on this case. If you look at page 4 to 8, my council, pages from 4 to 8, council colleague, we need a longer discussion on this item.
So, Councilman Kalik,
The
that's.
manager, is clear, the two manager employee were arrested in that place.
Okay, so,
I read 17 violations. I don't wanna read all of them, it's gonna take too much time.
okay, so.
And you wasn't working on the schedule, so I think you're doing
Correct.
it in this case. Thank you.
This was requested by a councilman, but just so you know this, first and foremost, I need to put on record, I am not gonna have a discussion if Mr. Vladimir is not on. He's the manager and.
I just did speak with him, he says he's having audio problems, he's gonna, zoom out and try to go back in and hopefully.
Okay.
Resolve that issue.
Okay, so while we get on, because we're gonna have this discussion, we wanna put on record who Mr. Vladimir, Vladimir Peralta is, right? And we already know that, Ms. Richardson is representing Mancora Lounge, and that the owner, the applicant, is not here, he's on vacation. And just so you know, Ms. Richardson, I think you were informed yesterday, because it was a request by a councilman to have the hearing with everyone, okay? Not the hearing, the workshop, to bring it on workshop, okay? So that's the only reason why that short notice.
That's no problem, no problem.
No. So, Councilman,
So 1 second, Councilman Velez. So since, we're having a little technical difficulties, we need to have it put on record. And Corporation Counsel, am I correct? By stating that we're having a discussion and the person that needs to answer the questions is not on, okay? Councilman, Rivera?
Once again, for the record, watch this council meeting for over 12 years. Spent 4 here, there is a process that we follow. If whatever they have, if any report, any information in the reports that have been submitted to us is information that will preclude us or convince us not to vote for this, then we won't know, but we cannot hold people's licenses hostage without a discussion. That's what I'm trying to say. Never in finance, we specify one specific reason why these things were pulled. Or maybe I'm wrong.
You are wrong, but I'm gonna.
Well, not information.
Councilman Khalid, the vice president just put on record.
I let him speak.
Okay,
Yes, I let him speak right now. What I'm saying is, things that are on the report. If you could recall, this got into the workshop agenda. And it was pulled without a discussion from the workshop agenda. And that
no,
was.
was it Councilman
It was.
Rivera? Councilman Rivera, this was on a workshop with a full discussion and disclosure.
Yes, but it was pulled, right? I remember the owner being there,
They did not even speak at the meeting, and it was just pulled. That's
It
what I'm
wasn't, see, Councilman, I have to, that is incorrect.
saying.
It was
Correct.
School Corporation Council, you were there. There was a full discussion with a full report that was put before us. It's our right, within our right to say, you know what, as we've done with various other things, let's pull this, let's discuss it on finance. When it went back to finance, you were not in that meeting.
Correct, and finance, that's why finance have 4 members. If one member is absent, then there's other 3.
But there was only 2. It was Councilman
Even-
Khalid and myself.
I've been a finance chair, there's been many times there's only been 2. I even have started meeting with 1 until some other people come.
Okay, but Councilman, I'm just putting on record that it was discussed, there was a discussion, it was pulled in finance, and in that finance meeting, we have the VA Corporation Council.
I'm gonna say the last thing.
Council
Madam President, I'm gonna say the last thing. This application was requested in October, right? We need to move somehow. We can't just say, we're not gonna entertain it as a council and just hold it hostage. I'm not gonna say anything else because I don't want people to use what I'm about to say in any other way. So I'm just gonna leave it at that, but I just don't wanna make people in this council make it seem that I did something when I shouldn't have. There was comments being passed, but I'm gonna say is, if something is not in this report, I don't wanna hear anything else that's not in this report. That's all I gotta say. If there is things missing from this report, then I need the people or whoever's passing comments to put it on the report. That's all I have to say.
Council President, let me,
These 2 don't have Vladimir on.
He is on, except he's saying he's muted.
okay, so into
So he's
that,
not, he's probably muted on his side, because he's not here. I don't see a microphone.
Council President, he's on the phone, so when you're on the phone, you have to press like 6 pound to unmute yourself. It looks like he's on the phone, and when you want to talk on the phone, you gotta press a number. I remember I did it. It's like 6 pound, then he unmutes himself.
so President, now that, that instruction was given, I think what Mr. Flavio Rivera is referring is that when the item was at the workshop agenda, and I recall that you say, we pulling item such, and such, and they were sitting at the chambers, okay, the owners of the license, and you stated that we're not gonna discuss them tonight, that we made a decision to pull it out on the finance because there were some issues regarding the license. And the individual had not had the opportunity to speak, and we had no discussion why it was removed. That's why Mr. Flavio is saying that we had a discussion on the floor that was decision made on the finance committee. That's why it was pulled without discussion. Now, if you want, Madam President, meanwhile, Mr. Vladimir gets a special instruction from Mr. Councilman Abdelaziz, pound 6, we could entertain the one for Cantaro and move forward with after he comes in. Because this one from numbers.
So I can't, we can't hold the meeting, like it's almost 9 and we haven't even started the agenda. But I am gonna say this, all right? If the council feels that they wanna go ahead with everything that they have, the facts that they have on here, we will all have the right to speak next week and put what we need to put on record. We can move forward like we did the previous application, we're moving it forward. That actually.
So now, hold on, Councilman, hold on, since I requested this to be on. Now,
Correct.
that would be irresponsible. Both actions are responsible, not
Okay,
discussing it and holding
so
it.
Councilman, but that's what I'm asking, if the council, not.
Council doesn't do that.
So that,
Okay, so then
now-
we're going to then have to, so we're gonna sit here and wait for.
No, Council President, I think this.
Madam President, if I may,
Yes.
excuse me, council members, Madam President, if I may,
Madam Clerk,
can you have the lawyer call the clerk's number 973-321-1310 and give me Mr. Vladimir's number so I can have Ryan to assist him?
okay,
That would be helpful.
Can we go to someone else in the meantime?
The attorney can call 973-321-1310. I'll answer the phone, get the number from Mr. Vladimir, then I'll give it to Ryan so Ryan can assist him, okay?
Yes, and we can move on to another item.
Madam President, if I may just, Madam President, if I may just for a point of clarification, the reason why I asked before if the client has a lawyer, the lawyer, you know, the conversation should be directed with the lawyer with some, to try to set the record straight of how the process is gonna take place. That was the only reason why, and since we have the lawyer there, I was like, well, we have the lawyer, he have a representation. We should ask the question to the lawyer, and let's see what we could come up with. I was under the impression that they hired a lawyer just to be represented. I'm not talking about a hearing or
Not a
not.
hearing, Councilman.
I understand it's not a hearing.
I just said right now, we'll have the discussion, all right, and the council feels they wanna move forward, just like we did the previous one, the same thing. Nothing different.
Council President, I just wanna
Councilman
add,
Abdulaziz?
Yeah, Council President, I think everyone wants to have the discussion, and then we'll move forward once we have the discussion. But while they have technical difficulties, let's take another item, and then when they're ready, we'll entertain it and my job's to always get the train back on the tracks on this council. So let's regroup and let's take another item, right, guys?
I knew you were.
Driver's license for the train?
No license for the train.
Council President,
Yes,
my way is regardless, you know, some of our council colleagues want this to move forward, just move it forward and vote up and down.
And that's what I said.
No. We don't wanna move forward. I wanna discuss it. If the council feel that it's no good, then it's no good. I don't think it's right that one person will vote.
It is pretty clear, no matter what's in on the report, some of the council members wanna move forward with this item. So what's the point?
Don't assume. Let's have a
Alright,
discussion.
so, members, let's bring it back. Council members, council members, let's bring it back. Council members, let's bring it back. Number 5 is gonna go for second reading, okay? Because we've already discussed it for just a workshop, but,
Council President, may
first
I?
reading. Yes,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, I just want a point of clarity. So 33, 34, and 35 are gonna go on to regular meeting for a vote up and down?
no, Councilman Rivera stated he wants to have the discussion. So
Okay.
that's why, I know that, they're trying to get, I know Ms. Richardson is here. She spoke to, the manager, that's speaking on behalf of the applicant. So I just wanted to move forward. So we'll
Council President.
we're gonna hold off right now. I just wanna
Thank you
proceed.
for that clarification, thank you.
Yes.
Right, so Ryan,
I understand it, since he's being connected by the clerk.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's what
Ryan
we're
is helping, Ryan is assisting him.
Council President, we shouldn't hold up the meeting though. I think we held it enough already. If
Would you like to continue while we got him on the phone? I started I'm trying to do it.
Council President.
So wait a second, what are we doing now? Please, somebody tell us what we're doing.
Can everyone mute yourself for a minute, please? So let me just explain one more time again, okay? One more time again. There's various suggestions, right? To hold off, Councilman Kalika, Vice President, wants to say just put it on regular because there's council members that they wanted to move forward, there's others that don't. So we're pausing this right now while we get Mr. Vladimir on, who's the manager of Manpora. And I said, all right, so we can move forward. Mr. Vladimir, are you on?
Council President, I think he's there now.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Very
So
good. Thank you,
I got
sir.
the floor.
He's on.
I got the floor.
Okay, so 1 second. Councilman Rivera.
Oh, hold on. I have the-
Councilman that requested and has any questions, let us move
So,
forward.
I'm the councilman of the first ward in that section, sorry, in that section now.
Okay, but he's councilman at large, so we are councilman of the entire city.
Sorry, what is your question?
Do you have any questions? We have Mr. Vladimir on, and Mr. Vladimir is the manager. He's not the owner, but he's here on behalf with, council. So do you have any questions?
No, let's have the discussion. This was held.
I know, I want you to start the discussion.
Well, you don't tell me when to start. I don't wanna start the discussion.
I want to talk.
Very well, on record. Okay, Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. Mr. Vladimir, are you there, right?
Yes, sir.
Can you say your full name, please?
So my name is Vladimir Peralta, and I apologize on hearing, I had a wrong number. I could only hear you.
Thank you. That happens. Mr. Vladimir, since when you are the manager of this place, establishment?
For the past year.
How many years?
1 year, sir.
1 year, last year. Okay, can you say the year?
Yes. It was 1 year last month.
Okay, can you state the year?
2021.
2021?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so you being manager only 1 year.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware from the incidents that happened in this place in 2020?
Before that, no. I was managing another location.
Do you recall what month you started to be a manager in this place?
Excuse me?
Do you recall when do you started being a manager? If we are in February 22, do you recall when you started to be a manager in this place?
Ending of February.
And in February, so it's 1 year completely, correct?
Yes, yes.
Are you aware of all the incidents happening in 2021, from January up to December 2021?
I was aware on what I heard, but I
Were
wasn't
you-
here.
Were
That's why the management was saying.
I'm sorry, Councilman, can you get to your point, because now I'm gonna have to
I'm
have a
asking
lawyer.
question. I'm asking question. So if you go with the question, you understand what I'm trying to put on the record here. You say to ask the question, so he answering. So I got questions. So Mr. Vladimir, are you aware for incidents of 2021 from February when you started up to February now? 22?
Yes,
Correct.
yes, sir.
Question, as you as a manager of this establishment, so for 1 year, have you been arrested for any activities in that establishment?
I was taken in for questioning, one time, yes.
Okay, do you understand that when they take in for a question, did they put handcuff on you?
But they did put handcuffs on.
So that's arrest, sir,
Yeah,
okay?
It's a yes or no, it's a yes or no.
Did they put handcuff on you, sir?
Councilman Velez, he answered you, he said yes.
Because you interrupted, I didn't hear it, that's right.
Okay, Councilman.
So that, are you aware that a report was made that you was arrested, correct?
Yes.
Okay, since the operations on there, you came out, you have a year, have you complied with the municipal ordinance of the city of Paterson, ABC, everything that entails to quality of life?
Yes, sir.
What you have done to correct all of this?
Well, I added more security to my establishment, make sure that all my cameras are working. I also of course, we never had any issues with any minors or any problems, big problems, of course. We also added, because one of the main things that they told us was that there was things going on in the business that was hard to security guards to look at. So we even added an extra security guard to the bathrooms downstairs and an extra security guard, an armed officer, to the parking lot outside. So pretty much we won't be pointing at all the problems that have been coming around this neighborhood. They'll be pointing the fingers at us.
So in other words, you had to take precaution and make all the changes after you got arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, do you have, up to today, February, 15th of 2022, do you still have pending court appearance regarding your arrest in that time? You still pending in court?
No, sir. No, sir.
Your case was just what? Disposed or what?
The case was dismissed.
Was dismissed.
I paid a fine.
Mr. Vladimir, from the time of up to date, have your premises have been visited in the past weeks? By ABC, any law enforcement?
No.
Are you operating your business as a club, karaoke night, or whatever?
No.
Thank you, Council President.
May I add something, Mr., who am I speaking to, Mr.
We're
Velez?
speaking to the president. Mr. Vladimir.
Don't say anything.
I'm sorry, ma'am. May I add something?
No,
Like,
I think
not
the
only
lawyer
have
just
we
said, Mr. Vladimir, I think the lawyer just said to not speak.
Okay, sorry.
Just listen, please.
Thank you, Mr. Vladimir. Council President, no more questions for this.
Okay, Councilwoman Cotton? Councilwoman Cotton?
Yeah, thank you, Council President. I just want to say to Mr. Blattermore, he came to the, City Hall today, well, tonight, thinking that, the meeting was, in person, and he didn't realize that it was virtual, then, and then he got in touch with his lawyer, Teresa Richardson. But when I look at some of these charges, that they have on here, to me, I want to hear from Councilman Jackson, because this is in his ward, and I want to hear from Councilman Flavio, because he's the one that requested to be put on, to be put back on, and I want to hear what Councilman Flavio has to say and what Councilman Jackson has to say, because it's in his ward, so they would know more. But I see on here lost property. I have no idea what that means. What is lost property? What is that? I mean, I see on here a blocked driveway. Like what is that? Okay, somebody went into his place and blocked somebody's driveway. I see all the stuff on here, and to me, some of it I can't understand or what it means. And we're saying to this guy here, Mr. Blattermore, you got 41 charges, but most of them I have no idea what they are.
Right.
Lost property, intoxicated person, I don't know, domestic dispute, a girlfriend and boyfriend start fighting in the club, and you gotta try to separate them. Because she's probably talking to another guy, the boyfriend got mad and they started fighting. I'm trying to figure out some of this stuff here, so please, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Rivera, please, you requested to be put back up. Explain some of the stuff here, because I can't understand it at all. Some of the stuff I can't.
So, Councilwoman Cotton, thank you for that, but just so you are aware, the statement that Councilman Vela said that he now represents, within the redistricting, that section now is Fifth Ward, all right? But, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Rivera, whoever wants to go first, they're welcome to do so. So, Councilman Rivera. Unmute.
I have maybe two questions for Vladimir, and then I want to go into this 41 calls, so you see what I see when I look at this. But, Mr., I don't know if your attorney wants you to answer, but, at what time your establishment usually open?
It's from 8 to 3.
7 p.m.?
8 p.m. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Vladimir.
7 p.m.?
7 p.m.
Okay. So, my next, question, Vladimir, have you been inquiring about the status of your license? And what have you been told? I know your license was, requested on 10/12/22. Who have you made any inquiries to in City Hall? And what you have been told, if you don't mind me sharing that? If you don't mind sharing them.
Ms. Williams, I always go to the ABC department, but they keep telling me they also don't have any idea or any reason why they keep bringing the papers down. They don't understand why. They're saying it's probably something bigger than we supposed to know. So we get confused. That's why we hire an attorney.
That's one. And again, all I want is a fair process for everyone. That's what I asked for. And a business owner, cannot request an application in October, and it's February, and they still don't have a good reason. They still are not told why the application is being held. Now, the job of the council is, once the application comes to us, to the council, we either entertain it, or we vote it down, or we give them a reason why we're not even entertaining it. So now to your question, Councilwoman Cotton, the 41 quotes you have here. So you gotta understand, this is how it works. This establishment is right in front of a parking authority, a parking lot, right? A parking lot, which a lot of the businesses in the downtown area park in the parking lot. You have, what's the name of that establishment right there? That's inside the parking lot, actually, in the corner, Louis?
Classic.
The Classical's there. You have a few establishments in the area that park in there. Now, Councilman Cotton, call number 1 is a commercial alarm call. Okay? Number 2, a blocked driveway. Domestic dispute, doesn't say inside or outside the establishment. Landlord-tenant complaint. I didn't know we have people living inside. They just gotta report. Anytime somebody calls in the dispatcher and references Ancora or any other establishment, it could be the Classical. Somebody say, look, I'm close, I just had an accident in front of the Classical. We will get in their report, we will get the accident that happened in front of the Classical. Look at the shooting report at 6:03 p.m. He just stated he opens at 7. I'm not here defending him. I wanted this on the agenda just like anyone else. At one time, I'll give you an example. One time, the 6th Ward councilman wanted to pull a entertainment license for an establishment in his ward. He gave us a good reason to hold off on it because he wanted to hold meetings with the neighbors and the business owners to alleviate the problem. Now, that's governing. That's what we should all be doing. But this is unacceptable that a business owner applies for a license and they don't get any reasons why, their entertainment license is not being entertained. And this was submitted on 10/12/2022. It's October. So for those that are asking me to speak on their behalf, I'm not speaking on their behalf. I'm having the same information that you have before you is what I have. All I want is my 9 colleagues that were elected by the people, by the neighbors, by the people that live in the area, by everyone in the city, to make an informed decision on what they want to do. But it should not be, just set aside when people are paying rent and everything else. They have expenses, fixed expenses. So either we pass it or we don't. Because it's just, that's fine.
Okay, so that's your bottom line, right? Bottom line, so that means you're done?
We asked Vladimir.
No, I just said, are you done? Because I'm gonna speak. So you said bottom line.
Yes.
It seems like, today everyone's very touchy. So when I look at reports, right? And so, and what's so great with this whole pandemic is that a lot of stuff is on record. So there's YouTube, you can go back to the meetings, and the reasons why statements are made on why stuff is removed. So when I looked at the report, right? And I go to number 36, right, on page 4. When I look at reports for any establishment, and again, we talk about a quality of life, right? These licenses, is this business being a friendly business? All that other, as I stated in the previous application, with the calls to all the parking, that is not as major as when I look at narcotics on 8/14/21 at 1:40 a.m.
Now that is the problem. There was never any narcotics found on that location.
One second.
At any time.
Miss Richardson, I need to let you know, okay, and I'm not here to mute anyone, but I am, the council president is speaking, okay? So let me finish my statement. When I read what I have in front of me, okay, and I'll move on to the owner or the manager at the time being arrested, when I look at that, it states on BC, page 5, a criminal history check. He's a manager of an establishment, and it says convicted felon. All right, that's factual, right? I'm looking at all this stuff, so what did I say? We're not gonna discuss it, let's bring it back to finance, to have that discussion there. All right, so when I'm looking at that, so when somebody says, oh, they're holding the license hostage, no, we're not. There's pending situations going on here. And that's why we took it off and put it in finance. When we had the discussion in finance, okay, there was only 2 of us there. I still felt that we didn't have sufficient information for us to go back and approve such item. Because that's the piece that I'm doing here. I'm not a police officer, I'm not ABC, I'm not narcotics, I am councilwoman at large, and what we do here is approve or deny the licenses. So there's way more stuff here, and this is when I make a determination, do I wanna move forward with an application? It then came back again, so there's a lot of statutes here. If the owner and the manager have decided that they wanna have representation, that's fine, but this is not a court. So, you take
It's
all
not
of
my intention.
Miss Richardson, please don't interrupt.
I'm
the council
sorry, I
president.
apologize. I apologize.
So
Please don't do
the
that
whole
again.
thing here is that I put on record, we're not a court, we're not here hearing. We're here to decide, do you move forward? All I wanted to put on record, Paterson, is what I have in front of me pertaining to information that is given to me, for me to make an informed decision. So I don't know anyone, and to put on record, I will say this, Mr. Vladimir came to see me, to this office, okay? Came with someone who came to say hello to me and happened to bring him. I never met him before. I had a conversation and we spoke. And I told him in that meeting, I said, there can be a consideration. I said, but I need to check to see, because the conversation went, since I've been manager, nothing has happened. I went to the captain and they said, that is not true. There was an arrest. And then I left it at that. The councilman who decided to bring it back, it's fine. We'll have the discussion here. But I want to put it on record, Paterson. This is not a court. We're here having a conversation. And when I make my decisions based on, am I supporting a entertainment and dance hall license? It is based on information that I have in front of me that is given to me by my police department and other entities as well. I believe that there's other situations pertaining also, at the state level, but I look at that, like we've had in the past with others, considerations can be done in the future. So with that said, we're going to go with Councilman Jackson, who's been waiting, then Councilman Mendez.
So, Council President, I just want to make a few statements and clear up a few things. First of all, this process in which whatever just unfolded tonight is extremely unprofessional, unorganized, and it looks extremely sloppy relative to the treatment of the applicant. We've said I've heard on multiple occasions from various people that this is not a hearing. But it is in fact that if the owner in question is coming before us to answer questions relative to incidents that have occurred in the establishment, and if we're allowing various council members to bring forward questioning as if it is a hearing, then it absolutely turns into a hearing. Further, people hire professionals for a reason. And we've had his attorney sit here, and we've now not allowed her to speak on multiple occasions. We've held up the meeting, and there was various council members that attempted to move past the item as the professional sat here, which she's hired for a purpose to speak on his behalf. When you go to a court and you hire an attorney, the attorney is well versed in whatever the issues are, and the attorney is normally, I'm not going to speak on her behalf per se, but I'm just speaking relative to the process in which this was handled. If there were any concerns by any council member, then those concerns should be brought to the table and brought to light so that they're publicly made, so the public is made aware. These items should not be discussed in a vacuum. It's not something that needs to be a discussion that needs to take place in an executive session. It is, a matter of public record. It's a matter of public occurrences, and whatever it is, whatever the accusations, the applicant should be allowed to answer on their behalf. I think that we don't want to, run some kind of kangaroo court as if we're holding court, because that's not what we're here to do. But we do have the authority to vote in the affirmative or negative relative to all of the issues that are in place, whether it's quality of life, whether it's arrest issues. It's all relative to the approval of a license. And I think it's imperative, but it speaks volumes as to all of the activity that goes on around the city, and it's in particularly what I've been talking about when it comes to selective enforcement, where certain establishments are treated a certain way because of who the owner is and or where the location is. I just think that the process in which this is handled needs to be cleaned up a great deal. Tonight was very disappointing in how this was handled. I don't think anyone has found any closure. And as Councilman Second Ward said earlier, it's obvious that certain council members have already, posed their position. And if that is the case, then it makes no sense for us to continue to have a discussion. We should just move forward for the vote. But, at the very least, Council President, at the very least, when, professionals, and I'm very familiar with Ms. Richardson and her long track record and history in handling these cases. She hasn't been allowed to represent her client at all tonight. And that's a concern of mine.
So, Councilman Jackson, as I stated, and I stated it in finance, and also to our corporation counsel, and I wanted Vladimir to be on, so I didn't want Ms. Richardson speaking, right? Because I wanted Vladimir to state who he was, first and foremost, right? Which he indicated he's a manager. He is not the owner, okay? And when I asked Ms. Richardson, she said that she is in representation of Mancora, right? So she represents, so in effect, she represents Mr. Vladimir as well. Am I correct, Ms. Richardson?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
So, because I said if you wanted to have a hearing, okay, then we could have. Now, you are correct that certain council members did, in fact, question almost like we were in court, right? So,
Council President, if I may, very
Yes.
quickly.
yes.
If Mr. Vladimir's representation of himself as the manager, right now, what's in question is the applicant. The applicant and the owner is who we're here to question. Now, if just for a point of clarity, and obviously it gets handled however you, as a collective, you decide. But in the way it should have been handled in Corporation Council, we should have had a handle on this. We're here to question and hold accountable the owner. Therefore, the lawyer is representative of the owner. For us to now question a manager is almost as if we're questioning a customer or someone else. The owner in question is the applicant. So the attorney should have been allowed to, one, represent her client, who is the applicant, who is before us tonight.
But
And
Councilman, but that's in our jurisdiction, as I think Corporation Counsel spoke in the beginning, said we will address the applicant, right? And in this case, the person that came before is the manager who currently is the manager. So that's why certain questions were answered. So I didn't want to get into the back and forth because she's representing Mancora per se, right? In a court. She's here, right? On behalf of the owner who's not here. So that's why I just said to the colleagues, if you want to move forward like with the other.
The owner is the applicant.
Correct. Correct, and you are correct, and the owner, but just so you know, right, because of the reports, and it is Mr. Vladimir who's been coming to the council, to the city hall. It's been him on behalf of the owner, okay? So listen, with that said, okay, and I'll continue to state this, we have, reports in front of us. We have a resolution to approve or deny 34, 35, and 36. We're in a workshop. We've had some discussions, right? Some may say they have more to add, some may not. you wanna move forward. What I'm here today is to ask this council, you wanna move forward, right, to put it on regular for a vote. That's it. You say yes or no, and we move forward, and we go on with the rest of the agenda this evening.
Move to regular.
I would like to just make a brief statement if possible.
Yes, Ms. Richardson, yes, Ms. Richardson.
Madam President, I was the next online.
No, Ms. Richardson has asked for the floor, I'm gonna allow Ms. Richardson, who has not said.
Just a brief statement, I'm not gonna belabor this any. There are 41 reported incidents, and the one that's most concerning is number 36. Number 36, which you just made reference to, it's captioned, starting out as narcotics. There is nothing in this part of the report that refers to narcotics. I don't know why it's written that way, but there's nothing in this or the subsections A through D as it goes on and on, repeating the same allegations. Has absolutely nothing to do with narcotics. It's just the way it's terminology. It's absolutely incorrect.
Ms. Richardson, I think what you're referring to is the fact that if you see it says narcotics, ABC is under the narcotics division, and that's why that's written that way.
But so are the rest. Majority of the other ones are as well. But they don't start
That's how I
off,
read it. That's
they don't
how I
start
read it.
off with narcotics. I mean, that makes.
I'm stating that the way I read it when I look at it, that these are ABC violations, not the others, right? ABC pertaining, and I know that that's under narcotics. So that's how I read it. So, I think more so, so you can finish. You can
Alright.
finish. Apologies.
Again, out of the 41 outlined calls that they received, so many, I counted at least 24 of them, have absolutely nothing to do with this license. Nothing. Nothing to do with this, the license requested at least. The dance hall license, the entertainment license, none of this had anything to do with this. And you have to be mindful of the fact that this structure, on the ground level is a bar, but there are 4 residential units above it. So they use the same address. And if a call is made and it comes to that location, it doesn't necessarily have to be the bar. There are a number of these that are, before the bar opens, after the bar closes, and it doesn't apply here. But they're being used and modeled against my client as being a reason not to give the license. And it's so wrong. It's absolutely wrong.
So, is there anything else? Because
I have nothing else to say.
I can tell you, I think I started by saying that when I look at stuff like that, what I'm looking at to me is major, is things concerning that happen inside. That's where I'm at. When I look, that's what I look at. So reports are just prepared. It's a CAD system. It just, gives all the information. This same report is provided for every other license and dance hall and entertainment license. So I understand you're representing your client, so I don't want to go into the whole court thing. But I just want you to understand that you're here, so your client understands that when I as a councilwoman, so I can't speak on others, I'm looking at specific things, right, that affect the quality of life, right? And with that, if there's anything pertaining to underage drinking, if there's any type of other things happening, that's what I look at. So in this case, I was looking at various things that, had their code 2C, teacups, and the one that really was the big one was the manager at the time, not Mr. Vladimir here, there's a situation. It's my understanding that an ABC establishment cannot have anyone running an establishment that has a conviction. But that's what I look at, okay? But with that said, I want to thank you, and I'm going to have Councilman Mendez, who has asked for the floor, so I want to thank you for your statement, okay? Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam President, and also Councilman Jackson, spoke about, my concern from the beginning of this conversation, which is for me, it's a hearing. And it's really concerned me that we have a client on the line and the client is being represented by a lawyer and the lawyer is not the one taking action. I mean, I'm really concerned about the process that we're using here, which is, for me, is wrong. For me, it's a hearing. And for my own experience, when I hire a professional to represent me, I'm not the one speaking. It's my lawyer that represents me on this. So let's put that on the side. And it's my hope that in the future, we work this differently. You know, if we have a professional, the professional, the lawyer, it should be the one answering the question for his client, because it is a hearing. But you know, putting that on the side, my request to Vladimir for the next meeting is to bring a list of recommendations in writing on how he could make the business better and safe. Councilman Flavio spoke about the location. Definitely that location that business is right across the street from a parking lot, and the parking lot is being utilized by multiple establishments, with nightlife entertainment, that anything that happens out of the 41, you'll be sure that the call for service will be attached to this establishment. Now, loss of property, a bunch of loss of property, and call for service that are not related with the establishment. And that's something that we have to be mindful of that. So my only recommendation for Vladimir is to bring a list of recommendations. I know he hired a additional security for his parking lot. They're working on that differently. Bring that in writing next week. I think that if this conversation was definitely needed, I think that we should not go by rumor, by this. We should go ahead, go by the information that we have, and then have a discussion. But next time, if I see a client that is being represented by, if I see a business owner that is being represented by a lawyer, we should be directing the question by a lawyer, because this turned into be a hearing. I don't know if corporation counsel can bring some light into, but that's my only question. This is gonna be for a vote next week, so that's what I'd like to have, So, thank you, Madam President.
So, Vladimir, do you have anything you want to add? Anything you want to say? Ms. Richardson has already, completed her statement. Do you have anything you don't have to say anything. I'm just asking you if you have anything to say before we close.
I just hope that everything can be resolved.
Okay.
We try to do everything the best we can, and we try to cooperate with everything that has to be done.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Okay, you can have a good night. Okay.
Thank you.
So, to my colleagues, it's so interesting. We're talking about he say, she say, and I'm looking at, the reports that are done for every license, not this specific, for every license we ask for this. So, we'll leave it at that. Council members, it'll move forward as that is the wish of this council to move this forward to a regular for next week. So 35, 36, and 37, am I not mistaken?
Council President,
We haven't touched, no, Council President, we haven't done, this is 33, 34, and 35.
I'm sorry, I said it wrong. I meant to say
Right,
33, 34, and 35.
right, so those are all going for regular for next week, correct?
Yes.
Council President,
Okay.
Thanks much.
Thank you very much.
Council President,
Ms.
Council President.
You can leave. We're done with that item. All the items, we're done with all of them. They're all the same. They're all pertaining to the same.
Good to see you, Teresa.
Council President.
I think you're muted.
She just said bye, Council President.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
As a councilman at that new section of the ward, I would like to put a provisional on this, temporary, license also for 6 months, if it's possible.
I think that's a discussion we need to have on the floor. I think if we're gonna be fair across the board, as Councilman Abdelaziz has stated with the other entity, I think if we're gonna then we would do quarterly and do the same for all. We should not say, you get 6 months, you get 3 months. If we're gonna say and do a change on the floor, I think it should be across the board. And Councilman Abdelaziz has put that on record to move the other entity in his ward. And I think that just so we can stick to the same across the board, I think that would be fair. Okay.
I think for this.
Okay, so we did 33, 34.
We have 37, Council President. That's the one for,
I can't go.
that's the one for El Cantaro.
Yeah,
Council
but
Council President.
who's The person for contact is not here.
No, Council President, I received a text, and Madam, the licensee of the Fifth Ward, for Cantor said that she never received the link to come in. I said, this is me thinking that is only a BR license on it. The last time she was here at the meeting was when ABC went there. The only violation that they saw that he had a license for operate a yard. That's when she was aware to do it. She did it right away. The license was held since the last meeting when you pull it out. So that's why I took the initiative to bring it forward. Only is a BR's license. So there's no report attached about any violation after that. So if the council want to consider to take it to a vote, I will appreciate it.
Right, so if there is no questions, we can move with item 37 as well to move it to regular.
Thank you, Council President.
Very good. So Madam Clerk, that one as well. So 33, 34, 35, 36, 37 will go to regular. All right?
Madam President, if I may, would you like all these proprietors to be present next week?
I think we got it thorough, but I think with, especially with 33, 34, and 35, I think the owner needs to be,
Okay, in attendance. Okay.
just in case there's a question to be asked, but again, you know, and I don't want us to, you know, let me keep my comments. So, one second, please. So, Madam Clerk, you will contact that entity, right, for those three, for
Yes,
36,
Yes.
and then 37. And I think it's more just to let them know, just in case there's a question, but we're basically not gonna start an extensive conversation. We've been on already, for almost 3 hours.
You gonna bring 37?
And so, sorry?
You gonna bring 37?
You just stated right now that you, yes. How do we have to
It's
get?
a pool table. It's a pool table.
Yeah, it said, yeah, she was putting it on regular.
I know regularly, yes, but not, Council President.
Madam Clerk,
I'm asking if you bringing her for a pool table, that's what I'm asking.
and I answered you. I answered you.
Right.
What did you answer?
Madam Clerk, you heard. Okay, I want to thank you for bringing that to my attention. All right, so we'll move forward, okay?
Yes,
So now, 38,
Uh-huh.
okay, is going to go on
I don't like Zoom.
regular, 39.
What's
Okay,
39? I ain't got them.
okay, so let me just tell you, Councilwoman Cotton and Councilwoman Mims, I took the liberty knowing that next month is Women's History Month. I spoke to Corporation Counsel, to the clerk, and I wanted us to put on a resolution acknowledging Women's History Month, and I'm the sponsor, and you both are co-sponsors of the. If you don't have any issues with it, this year's theme is providing healing, promoting hope.
Can I have a man co-sponsor?
No.
Oh, co-sponsor, a man. That would
I
be
said
good.
no.
Councilwoman Cotton has spoken.
I didn't hear the theme.
Yeah.
The theme is providing healing, promoting hope.
No, I got these.
Are you both okay with that? It was done a little quick because we have the regular and then we go right into March. So I wanted us to take action before.
That's fine.
Very good.
I told you.
Council President, Council President, we have to go back to number 16. Remember, we have someone in the waiting room for number 16?
Oh my God, okay.
Yeah, so we have to go back to 16.
I know,
So
but
that has to do with,
Madam Clerk,
yes, ma'am.
39 is gonna go on regular.
39, I do have those.
Okay,
Well, if I may ask, what is 38? Is that Women History Month resolution?
yes.
Okay, and what is 39?
No,
That's
no.
38, I'm sorry, 38, she's addressing me, please.
Fine.
38 is a resolution commemorating the 178th anniversary of Dominican independence and designating February 27 as Dominican Independence Day within the city of Paterson. It's sponsored by myself and Councilman Rivera and co-sponsored by Councilman Alex Mendez and Councilman Luis Velez.
We should be getting those items tomorrow from legal, Council President, both items.
Yes.
We had sent it down to them late,
Does anyone have anything to add? You know, we're here on the floor. Councilwoman Mims, you have something to say? I thought I saw Councilwoman Mims. Okay, Councilwoman Cotton and then Councilman Mendez.
Oh, I was just gonna say, can you put like we did for Black History Month, and the rest of the yes, okay.
Sure, absolutely. Councilman,
but you said co-sponsored by everyone?
Yes.
Madam President, as a fellow Dominican, I would like to be one of the sponsors, like you and Councilman Rivera, if you allow me to.
Okay, Madam Clerk, you can add the 3 sponsors and then the rest of the council is co-sponsor.
Okay, can you put me a sponsor as being Latino too?
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so Councilwoman, you guys are okay?
Yeah.
So we're gonna go back now to the Bunker Hill, that's number 16.
Number 16, yes, and we have some people on waiting. I think we have Director Silver is gonna conduct it, and then Mr. Michael O'Brien, I think, is on.
He's somewhere in the chat room, I think. He should be there.
No, there's nobody there by Michael.
Oh, yes,
I'm here.
Michael Jackson.
Michael O'Brien is on.
Yes, I'm here.
Yeah, that's the gentleman for number 16 that will be working along with finance.
Mr. O'Brien, my apologies for you. You've actually been in the entire meeting. Okay.
Number 16 is the Bunker Hill budget.
Okay, so Mr. Finance Chair, where's Flavio? Okay, Councilman Flavio's not on. All right. Councilman Rivera, this was discussed in finance, number 16. The Bunker Hill,
Budget. The Bunker
Yeah.
Hill.
So what is the question? To move it?
Yeah, we can just put it, I mean,
I'm saying, are there any discussions? It says under finance, so I'm asking you if there are any questions.
No.
Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Mendez.
okay, you know what, I'm looking at, I don't think there's no discussion because you can see from looking at last year's and this year's, you can see that it went down. I believe that it was 300,000, 280. I'm not quite sure, Councilman Rivera, but I can see that it went down a lot from last year's budget. So it's really not much that we need to think about for this. So it can go on. It has to go on regular anyhow.
Council President.
Yep. And that's it. It's. I mean, it shouldn't be no question, Council President. It really shouldn't be, but.
Okay. All right, Councilman, thank you very much, Councilwoman Cotton. Councilman Mendez, then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam President. More than a question, it's just a statement now about this improvement district. This seat, I think it's one of the best budgets that I ever see before. And just to put it on record, if you look at this improvement district, out of $166,250, they dedicate $61,000 for security and $81,000 for maintenance, landscaping $10,000. So most of the money going to security and service. I wish that the downtown improvement district reflect a budget close to this one, because definitely if we could allocate funding into security and maintenance in the downtown, it will be a tremendous impact, and a portion of the real estate assessment is the one that going to this. It's not the taxpayer. So the taxpayer, they are the one putting a portion of this budget. So I just want to say great job to the improvement district. They put in most of the money, not in staff, but in security and maintenance in the area.
Thank you very, very much. Councilwoman Cotton, I just want you to know, you have by far the best improvement district state, okay? In Bunker Hill, I mean, when you go throughout that area there, it's all factories, obviously, right? But then it's well kept. And I think that, just even hiring that extra security in the area, I have to say, even when it comes to cleaning snow and all of that, I mean, I have to say that, I would say, that's one of the best districts.
Yeah, let me just say one thing why I got Director Spezial on. Are you there, Jerry? I just got a call recently, about, I think after like 10 o'clock at night, they're, motorcycle racing. I think
Yes.
on the East Fifth Street and East Sixth Street.
Yes.
They're doing it, but it's after 10 now.
Yes, we've been dealing with even the Bunker Hill area for drag racing.
Right.
We've sent traffic in to handle the situation. We sent the quality of life units, and we now have quality of life units on the patrol division on the evenings. So we are addressing it.
All right, thank you, Jerry.
You're welcome.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. At least we don't see motorcycle racing in downtown SID. So that's a good thing. The other thing is, you know, you have to understand sometimes the difference between the SID in downtown and the SID from the Bunker Hill. And Council President just stated, it's more likely light industrial or industrial area. So if we're gonna move and shift the downtown to the Bunker Hill, probably the problems are gonna be different too. So I commend what they're doing there with the money that they're requesting of the property assessment value. Now, my question is to Mr. O'Brien. Mr. O'Brien, does this new facility, the incubator for cannabis, is part of your SID?
I believe it is. We don't know that much about it. Right now, there hasn't been any issues. It kind of came in kind of quietly.
No, yes. The reason I'm saying is that you could probably, as a SID, talk to the owners at that building or whatever. Probably you could get some revenue from there and invest in more to the Bunker Hill. If they're not part of it, attract them to be part of the assessment.
I believe they are. I mean, they do get assessed.
Oh, okay. That's what my question was.
Yes, no, they do get assessed. All the property owners in Bunker Hill are assessed.
So that's not what my question. It was a part of the SID, and then you told me off saying that you don't know. But
no, I didn't know exactly which building they are in.
All right. Well, yeah. So question. Regarding the area of the train tracks, do you guys maintain that area or the railroad system, maintain it?
The railroad does take care of a certain portion of it, but we do constantly have a tremendous amount of dumping that is done down there, and we do spend a lot of time cleaning up there. It's sometimes we do have to go. We ask DPW for help. I mean, it's some of the dumps are very large.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Madam BA, saying that we need to tight belts to the railroad company. Our DPW only could go 50 feet in from the curve to the tracks, and I see that no action has been taken by the railroad tracks 100 feet in. We got swatters, we got garbage, we got mattress on the tracks. We need the administration and Madam BA, you need to be tighten up belts, and they treat Montclair, they treat other railroad tracks as an A1 city. We need to have our train tracks clean also the same thing. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you. I just want to say hi to Michael O'Brien. Are you the new president of the SID?
Actually, David and I work very closely together. We co-chair the SID.
Oh, okay. I just want to say to Councilman that anybody who moves into the Bunker Hill SID is automatically assessed as part of they're automatically are part of the SID. So it's an automatic. Am I correct, Michael?
Correct. They are.
They're automatically so. But the last thing I'm going to say, then I'm going to stop. And Michael, you can help me. There's a company there that has the railroad trains. And I can't think of the name of the company, but I know one of these days they open it to the public. probably when the weather changes, because it's too cold now, but I can't think of the name of that company, but when they do, my council colleagues, I'm gonna invite you all over there to see this amazing train tracks that this man has in his building in the Bunker Hill section that covers probably the whole floor like City Hall, the whole entire floor, so. He's still there, right, Michael?
Yes, they're still there. They're actually on 6th Avenue.
Oh, okay, I know where that is. So thank you, Michael, for that.
So, yeah, they work very hard on trying to, have a nice setup up there. They have a railroad club and, they do open it up at different times for people to come in and view. And it's
Wow.
really, it is a very big setup and very interesting.
Yeah.
Do they have entertainment license and BR license?
Yeah, what?
Entertainment license.
I don't know.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you
Okay.
very much. Thank you. If there isn't any further questions, we'll move on. This will move on into the regular. Councilman Jackson. And
So do you need me for anything else?
hold on, Councilman Jackson has the floor.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, I really didn't have any questions for him, Council President. First, let me correct you, Councilwoman Cotton. That is not the case that anyone who moves into the district automatically becomes a member. The membership, it pertains directly to the landowners, the property owners only. They're the ones who are subjected to that additional tax fee. And I really wanted to come on record to say it's rather disappointing. It's amazing how various council members are singing praises. We've talked about this for the past, 8 to 10 years that we've been here. It's obvious that the SID that exists at Bunker Hill, which this council has absolutely nothing to do with there, it's the decision of the membership, how they maintain their budget and what they're going at, and their responsibility of allocating money to the right things. Therefore, you have an area that is not as congested,ly utilized, but yet they're still responsible to provide security. The budget, on the other hand, for the first ward, the downtown SID, which is substantially higher, allocates absolutely nothing towards security. We'd rather see that SID allocate a substantial amount of money towards paying a director a substantial amount of money, which is totally irresponsible. The downtown area is absolutely hideous. The filth, the dirt, and the safety measure issues that exist down there are just totally out of control. I have never been. I have to go on record and say that I've been the absolute most consistent council person as far as I know, when it comes to these kinds of issues and holding various entities accountable. It did not change because a new director came in, and my affiliation, dislike or disdain or not of him, because I have absolutely no negative feelings towards the director, but it's still the residents or the property owners in the first ward SID are extremely resentful because they have to sit here and watch this other SID which is totally responsible, and then look at what they have to deal with. And I'll just use one example: the salon on the corner of Market and right off of Main Street. It's absolutely horrendous. These people have to pay these astronomical prices in rents and taxes, and they get absolutely no services. The security down there is horrendous. The cleanliness down there is terrible. The amount of vagrants and homeless people is out of control. And yet the budget, they're asked to pay this astronomical additional tax. And, this council should be ashamed of itself by the way in which we handle the downtown SID. I just wanted to put that on record for all of you to, digest that for a moment.
Yeah, thank you for for that.
Madam President.
I just need to say, and said, if you buy a property in the city,
Councilwoman Cotton,
you are part of it.
Councilwoman
You know, so
Cotton.
no, I did not put myself wrong.
Councilwoman Cotton.
Thank you.
The floor, Councilman Mendez, ask for the floor first.
Okay.
Councilman Mendez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanna, reiterate on Councilman Jackson's comment. I remember last year, when we were going through the budget, through the downtown improvement district budget, I asked the director if he was, on the next budget, looking into invest more money into security, because yes, downtown is filthy, it's very homeless infected, and business owners are frustrated with the situation. Now we have a budget that is bigger than the Bunking Hill, but the budget, most of the budget goes on salary, which is that it's unacceptable. It's unfair for the taxpayer and the people that live in downtown area. And yes, we should not approve that budget if we come back to the same way. Listen, we all are in this to make our city better. But if we are in this to make our city better, guess what? We should not approve that budget. Just go by downtown and look at the condition of our downtown. And most of the money go into salary. I asked him, and the response that I have when I asked them for security in downtown, they told me, no, that's the responsibility of the police department. No, that's not true. You have a budget that our taxpayers are paying for. The city responsibility is to invest the money where it's needed to make sure that, maintenance in downtown, safety is in downtown, is a necessary. So I'm looking forward to have that conversation with Councilman Jackson. Definitely, I'm looking forward. You're right on.
Councilman, and with all due respect, Councilman, can you just remind me,
Councilman Jackson.
how did you vote last time on the budget?
Councilman Jackson, Councilman.
No, I know, I would be more than happy to answer that.
Councilman Mendez.
I'm
I
sorry.
asked in the beginning, I said that when I call your name, please respond. The same when I told Councilwoman Cotton to call for the floor, Councilman Jackson did not, okay? So all I'm asking is to please ask for the floor, all right? So are you done, Councilman Mendez?
Just in closing, and Madam President, that was my whole point. And yes, I say yes to the downtown improvement district budget because I have a conversation with the director, and he said, yes, Councilman, we're gonna look into increase the amount of money in security and maintenance in downtown. I give them the opportunity and I support it for your answer, Councilman Jackson. So I'm looking forward to see the change on that budget. So that's for you, for your answer. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Mendez. Anyone else, any other discussion pertaining to?
Council President.
Actually, I see Councilman Khalid, my Vice President. I apologize. His hand has been up.
Okay.
Council President,
My apologies.
is downtown street on the agenda tonight?
No, it is not, Councilman Khalid, and
Thank you.
item 16 is Bunker Hill. Thank you very much. Thank you. All right, so council members, let us now, want to move forward, we can move forward, okay? We can do that. We can go ahead and move forward with 16. If there is no further questions pertaining to item 16, can we move forward? Thank you very much. Mr. O'Brien, you have a good night.
Thank you very much, and if there's anything else we can do, just, let us know. Okay?
Thank you.
Okay, good night.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Council President, don't forget we have public portion.
Oh, wow.
I know that's what I'm going to do now. Councilman Khalid, if you can please, take over the meeting, okay? Madam Clerk, you can open the public portion.
Okay, the public portion is now open. I'll just repeat the number. Anyone who wishes to participate in the public portion may dial 973-321-1579, 973-321-1579. ID code number 8326. And press *1 to listen to the meeting and *3 to be added to the list, the speaker list. Okay. Brian, is there anyone on the public portion at this point? I think someone is on the public portion, Mr. President, just give him, or her a minute, please.
Good evening, Council. This is Hector Gonzalez, 112 Sherwood Avenue, Paterson, New Jersey, and I have several items for this meeting. Number one, I was looking for the minutes of the last meeting on February 8th, and I couldn't find it in the website. The latest minutes that they have is for June 23 of last year, so how can we, Patersonian, get the minutes of the last meeting and any other meeting? So this meeting is virtual according to NJSA 10193, but Council Jackson made some comments that I fully support. It should be in person, especially with so many technical difficulties that we have in our system. I'm used to running Zoom systems, and it is not as bad as this. You'll see sometimes on the screen your battery is low, and then the screen goes black. I was at 6:30. I was waiting for the meeting, and all we have was the mayor performing what is on Valentine's, and he repeat himself and repeat himself. So talk about cruel and unusual punishment. So the meeting should be in person, and I look forward to be every Tuesday with you guys and discuss the issues. I know you always mention the payments to be approved. This time it was 1,146,000, and the last meeting it was 6 million and change because you have payroll. But I would like the business administrator to provide some reference, like what do we have in the budget for that period? What did we have last year for the same period? To see fiscally how we are doing instead of just approving a number. So I also mentioned in the last meeting the sewer, and I mentioned the amendment to 40718 and 40719 were unfair to condominium owners, and I repeat, they are unfair to condominium owners and subject the owners to excessive charges. I also was researching the sewer, and there is a bigger problem. If you look at 2012, it was $140 for one family, then in 13, 168, and 14, 196, and 15, 224, and now it's 359. That's about, in 10 years, about 300%. So we do have a problem there, and still, the sewer is not self-liquidated, meaning it doesn't pay itself. So I'm just concerned that when the next mayor comes in, it's going to be blamed for something that has been brewing, especially this amendment to 401-718 and 19, creating a flat fee that all that does is create waste because people will abuse because they don't have to pay according to the expenses. So we need to look into, the council to look into that. And again, I also mentioned in the last meeting, but nobody has gotten in touch with me to discuss this issue with the condominiums. I guess we'll see. I will see speaking about it in every single meeting, so we'll finally get to resolve it somehow. So, and I do have many other items, but again, we have many meetings coming till July, so I guess we'll speak every Tuesday. Every Tuesday will be our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. May I have the next speaker, please? Mr. President, my understanding there's no more speaker for the public portion?
Then I move to close.
Can you hear me?
Moved by Councilwoman Means and second by Councilman Velez. Roll call, please, Madam Clerk, to close the public portion.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the public portion of the workshop session of February 15, 2022. Councilman Abdelaziz? Abdelaziz? Councilwoman Cotton?
Yes.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Before I vote, so I definitely want to address, and first of all, let me take my hat off and applaud the gentleman. Your consistency will be measured, and it's very important because obviously, as you can see, I have never been a part of a more untruthful and unjust process than I have with when I'm sitting on this council. You have members that come here and just as an example, exemplify and talk about certain items, and yet they're the ones that actually left the level of accountability off the table for years past. I've sat in here for almost 8 years in difference of this downtown city. Now all of a sudden, there's a level of accountability that people want to find. And it's just one small example of what's happening. You're absolutely right. An increase of over 300% is absolutely astronomical. And it's been supported by this current finance chair. And they've allowed this administration to run rampant with this increase. And we voted to return it back to the original value, and how it has gotten to the 300% overage. It just besides me. This administration has been given more money and more support than any other administration in the history of Paterson, possibly. And if you look at the conditions, it's absolutely atrocious. The violence is at an all-time high. We've broken a lifelong record two times over. The cleanliness of the city, the downtown area is an example. Here we have an additional supportive budget that taxpayers in that area have to pay an additional tax, and they have to suffer through feces, garbage, rats, rodents, homelessness. I had a woman reach out to me over the weekend, yesterday as a matter of fact, in search of self-defense classes because she was robbed, held up, and beaten by gunpoint, where the two men who assaulted her and robbed her actually discharged the weapon and continued to beat her in the face. And this is the kind of environment that we're living in. This is the type of circumstances that we're expecting our residents to live in. And yet we also want to make demands that we pay taxes that far outstretch the surrounding municipalities. We are being taken advantage of, people. This community is being raped, and it is because of what you're watching here during these council meetings and what we see displayed with this administration. So I applaud your effort. I'm here equally trying to put the best foot forward in the efforts to make the change here. And I'm glad that we have people like yourself willing to come forward and be consistent with the fight. It's absolutely needed, and it's much appreciated. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Council President, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Okay, Councilman Khalid?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, I know that the last speaker, definitely, he was like very clear and on point about this sewer situation that is out of control. It's in every meeting we hear our resident homeowner in the city of Paterson complaining and crying about the sewer increase, which is something unacceptable. And in the last couple of meetings, I've been speaking about a study on the sewer, and I request administration a presentation about the sewer, how much revenue are we receiving from residential, from municipal building, county building, every building, commercial, because we have to do something with our homeowners, with the residents in the city of Paterson. The rentals are so high in the city that it's not a secret that taxes are out of control, and people that are renting in the city, they pay a portion of those taxes, and now the sewer increase on top of that. It's something that is just out of control, and we cannot stay silent, we cannot stay quiet. And through the chair to Madam BA, I need the day when we're gonna have a presentation, when this administration is going to present in front of the council and to the resident of the city of Paterson, the sewer revenue that the administration is collecting from all building, county building, all the buildings, commercial and residential. We need to bring balance into the sewer. It's not self-liquidated, and there was a surplus in the past. This administration used it for something else, and we're just bonding to fix the sewer, but at the same time, we're hitting our homeowners with an incredible increase on the sewer, and it's a bill that is just unacceptable, and people, they can't even pay that bill. So I will be waiting on the administration before the end of the meeting, and with the date, when they're gonna have a presentation for the public and for the council. Madam President, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Next speaker, Councilman May?
I think Councilman Rivera has his hand up.
No,
We're voting closing the public portion.
Okay, I just keep seeing the hand on his screen. So, Mr. Gonzalez, thank you for your consistency. I'm excited to hear the public call in. I'm just a little disturbed that he said that he's still waiting for a phone call. So, Madam VA, Mr. CFO, please, reach out to Mr. Gonzalez in regards to his concern with his sewer, because he appears to be, very intentional about getting some resolution. With that being stated, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes to close the public portion.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Rivera?
Very quickly, council colleague has a comment about the utility not being self-liquidating. It is self-liquidating. The minute it becomes, the minute that it's not self-liquidating, then we have to pick up the debt. Right now, the sewer debt is separated because it's self-liquidating. The minute it's not, the debt comes back into, our general debt. It's no longer separated. So I just wanted to add that. Pertaining to the sewer, once again, council members, before we created the utility, from my understanding, that person was paying around 5,000 something. Then, once we created the utility using water flow, it went down by almost $1,000. That means that somebody else or some other people in the city had to pick up that $1,000 plus the amount that we have to increase because we had a deficit in the utility. We have to generate an additional few $1 million. So now they're paying in total about $8,000. That is, I forgot how many properties they have there, condominiums. Make a long story short, it's the result of creating the utility. There is no way that the utility could be created and people see a sewer decrease. It just doesn't make sense. If you have 10 people here and you have to, let's say everyone in a perfect world, everyone's paying the same. If you have 10 people and you have to raise $1,000, that means everybody raises, have to pay $100, right? The minute if you still need to raise $1,000, but a few people only paying 50, that means the rest have to pick up the difference that people are not paying, right? Now, in this situation, before the utility, let's just say the budget was, the cost of running the utility was $1,000, or we're only collecting $1,000. If we need to collect another $500, it is normal for people's, sewer bills to go up. So that's an action that we took when we created the utility. The administration was aware of this. The council was aware of this too. When you create a utility, you knew you had to increase the fees, but what we also expected as a council was for the taxes to be reduced, because all we did is took the money that was, the portion of the taxes that was covering the utility and separated it into the sewer bill. So people should have seen a tax decrease and a sewer increase. That never happened. The state, because we're in transitional aid, they would never allow us to decrease the taxes. So that's what took place. The administration had additional money to work with. My vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
I like what just my colleague Flavio Rivera just stated, and I'm gonna say it this way. The sewer utility was created to reduce the tax to our homeowner. at the same time avoid bonding to cover the depths of the sewer bills. And the problem here is that this administration has failed to create revenues without going after the taxpayers. So simple like that. They have failed to create revenues to relieve our taxpayer in different aspects of their tax bills. So, you know, I guess I gotta have a lot on my plate when I take that seat in the second floor. But one of the things I gotta say is that we need to bring in an expert, decide that runs through the business administration to look into this sewer situation, because it's a shame that this position comes to the council, speaking in the podium. They got up, the administration got up to have sidebar with him, and still have not been reached to address his concern regarding the sewer bill that he have. So across the board, and Flavio stated in the past, he want to see, and you know, Councilman Mendez bringing to the table things that have been asked for almost 2 years since the sewer utility was created. He want to see across the board a fair bill to those entities, or especially the nonprofits that we have in our city, and still this administration had not fulfilled with no kind of report or some kind of result to give the council an information of that aspect. Saying that, hopefully the viewers out there, we're coming back normal next week. We're going to be at the chambers, and in March we're going to be in the chambers. So to bring your concern, I want to see that public portion packed regarding a lot of concern that our residents have and that have not been addressed. So you're welcome. We're waiting for your concern to put up to the administration. So my vote is yes to this public portion to close.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I think you're muted.
My vote is yes.
Thank you. The vote is 8 in favor, 1 absent. The public portion is now closed.
Okay, thank you very much. So,
Mr. President, I'm sorry, I have a new timer. Can you hear it very loud?
no, at all, and I don't think any council member can hear it. I don't hear it.
I just bought it.
All right, so you may want to put it close.
I hear you. Yeah.
All right, so, we have, Director Rodriguez, and, I know he's gonna have a procedure, so I wanna take, all of the public works items at this time. So we wanna do 18, 19. Just 18, 19, right, Director?
Yes.
Yeah, 18 and 19. Mr. Chair? Councilman Velez?
Yes, Madam Chair, Madam President, resolution number 18, renewal contract with National Water Main Cleaning Company. That's the one that goes into our sewer system and evaluate if there is any collapse sewer, and that's a normal contract that we have. And it's good to go and put it on consent if it's possible, if there's no other concern about it. And number 19, resolution authorized application complete street technical assistance program is that the one that we spoke about, crossing, that's the one that we spoke about, the grant that we are expecting to receive money for, street crossing, signs.
The resolution, street crossings, bike paths, walk paths, to make the city better and more efficient with pedestrians.
That's what I was saying,
Okay, very good. So Councilman Velez, as the chair, taking that recommendation for 18 and 19 to go to consent. If
Correct.
any council member has any questions here, if you don't, then we'll move forward with 18 and 19 to go to consent.
Correct.
Council President, before the director leaves, there's item number 6 for first reading. Public Works.
Okay. Yeah, I got it here.
Okay. So on first reading ordinances here, always stop, 1 second. It's an ordinance establishing of always stop, on 17th and East 31st.
That's good to go.
For first reading?
Yeah, that's good to go.
Okay, so
Okay.
Councilwoman Mims, first reading?
Yes, that I worked on that, the residents watching. Council President, just can I get the floor?
Councilwoman Mims, yes.
Yes, thank you, Council President. So the residents are watching. I just want to thank, Hung Chow and, Billy, for your hard work. There were major accidents in this area, and they worked diligently to come out and assess the areas for residents at the first reading. The final reading of this should be, I believe it's March 8th, and then 20, if it's approved, and then 20 days after that, we'll be looking, but there has been some major accidents in that area. Thank you, Council President.
Council President.
W Chair.
All right, very good. So, on that note, I think there's no more to say. We can move forward. The chair and Councilwoman Mims, you've requested for to move forward. If there isn't anyone else with any other questions, we'll just move that one for first reading.
No problem, Council President. As you know, Councilman Mims, I took him serious, knowing that that's part of the Fifth Ward too. So, and I was there in major accidents that occur, and fences and all that stuff came down. So I agree with you on that. That's why we move in the committee right away. The second one, Council President, is number 6.
Can you please, Councilman, I'm gonna ask something. You've already stated, the director spoke, you were okay for it to go forward. We don't need for, the constant reiterating on what 19 is. I think the director did a very good job, as you did as well. So it's on consent, so I wanna move forward with the agenda, because there's a few items here that are gonna take a while.
Which one is consent? That's a long time ago.
No, I know, 18, we were on the first reading.
I know, in the second reading. I'm just talking on the second reading. W2.
Councilman, no, Councilman, right now, what do you mean second reading? We're in first reading, we're gonna move it for first reading.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Move it to first reading. I thought we going up.
Councilman, we're ready, five already was moved for second reading, okay? 6 is for first reading.
The President, number five, there's supposed to be amendment on the time.
Madam,
Can I speak?
Yes, Madam Clerk.
We cannot do the amendment at the workshop. It will be done at the next regular meeting on next Tuesday, because we had voted on it, last week. So at the next meeting, which is next week, we can have the amendment done on the floor with the time and the date.
Okay, very well.
Correct. I thought we was in a regular meeting, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, okay?
Thank you, Council President. Have a good night, Council.
Okay, thank you.
I'll be praying for you, Director.
Number 9.
Thank you.
Consent.
Okay.
You wanna take 8, Council President, or 9?
1 second, 9 is gonna go on consent,
Consent, okay.
okay?
I do.
Let's take 8,
Number 8?
yes.
Okay, that's for administration.
Madam Beer?
Yes, thank you, Council President. This is just to approve the state contract vendors for the different departments and divisions. The purchasing agent can speak to it, but it's kind of an annual resolution that we do that, and they're all listed.
Any council member has any questions for Director Savalos pertaining to this item?
Council President.
Councilman Velez?
Okay, I don't know if this was normal, but in the past, this used to go to DPW, most of this stuff for contract and this and that, no?
Director Savalos?
Good evening, everybody. Council members, Madam DA, Corporation Council. The reason is under administration that has been for the last few years is because the state contract vendors' name on the resolution are used for all the departments and divisions of the city. So it's like an umbrella under administration.
Okay. All right, got you.
Is that consent, Council President?
Yeah, consent.
Councilman Velez, can you please stop answering when the clerk addresses the council president, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought I had my microphone off. I'm talking loud here, that's why.
Okay. Madam Clerk, as per, you heard Councilman Velez, he wants it on consent. Does anyone else have any issues putting that item on consent? So everyone, okay, so Madam Clerk, as no one said anything but Councilman Velez, that means that no one is against putting it on consent, so 8 is on consent.
Okay, I have that.
9, you said it's on consent. If Councilman Abdelaziz of the Sixth Ward does not have any issues with the junkyard license on Bloomfield, if there is no questions on it or concerns, we can move it to put on consent.
Number 10, correct?
Number 10 will go on consent,
Okay, number 10.
okay? We can also put 11 on consent as well, if Councilman Jackson does not have any questions pertaining or concerns for the junkyard license on Arch Street, that'll go on consent. The same thing
No, Council
for,
President, Council President,
okay, Councilman, item number 11.
yes. Yes, our street needs to be pulled.
You'd like to pull it? Okay, Councilman Jackson, 1 second, you can't pull an item and not tell me the reason for it.
Council President, can we clarify the address? Is that 222 Presidential?
No, this one's Arch Street.
3 Arch Street.
3 Arch Street.
3 Arch is possibly, I need to clarify, we can address it before the next.
Okay, so then what we won't do then, I won't put it on consent, I'll put it on regular? Is that better?
Yeah, and we may want, it may mean that's need to be pulled. That place is operating illegally without a license if it's the same place. It's on the corner of Arch and Presidential. So I'll
That's
clarify.
number 12, Councilman Jackson.
Councilman Jackson, number 12 is the one that's 222, 240 Presidential.
Correct. It needs to be pulled.
Which,
Okay, but, so, is the reason why you're pulling it is because of their license?
Correct. Yes, are the summonses included with the package? They've subdivided the property. There's a number of different infractions. They've been operating.
Okay, Councilman, I'm gonna pull number 12 with your, so 11 on regular, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
11 on regular, Madam Clerk, 12 will be taken off so we can get all the clarifications. Okay. Councilman Abdelaziz, 6th Ward.
That one is pulled, the one at Jackson?
you know what, that's,
One second, council members, that's what I've always stated, every council member in their ward, if they have a concern or something, right? And I understand it, so he wanted 11 to go on regular because he still has some questions. And I don't wanna put it on consent and then delay the consent agenda. And then 12, he has quite some information there that he needs to provide all of us, all right? So he's asking for it to be pulled at this time. I'm going to honor that, just like I would do any other council member. Okay,
I just want to let you know, number 13 is not the 6th Ward,
that's what it says there.
but they was wrong.
It's
Oh my
Montgomery.
God, okay, that's 4th Ward. I'm
That's what
sorry.
I was saying.
Okay.
I wasn't talking about
No, no,
wrong.
but we were finishing off. Okay, so 13, Madam,
It's a pool table.
I'm listening.
Right.
I have finance. I have them corrected.
Okay.
Actually, this item went through finance as well.
Council President,
Okay, so Councilwoman Cotton, any questions, concerns?
No.
Council President,
Councilman Velez,
I have a question to the chair to corporate council.
Council?
The corporate council, so the rules of having a criminal record approved is that rule applies to every license in the city, young license, liquid license, everything? You cannot have a criminal record?
Yeah, Council President?
Corporation Council.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman Velez, for that question. I don't believe having a criminal record precludes you from obtaining a license, but I can certainly double check on that and get back to you.
No problem. I agree with Mr. Jackson to pull it.
All right, thank you very much. So, 13, how would you like that? Any council member has any questions, concerns to put it on consent?
The only concern is that they had to learn was the 6th ward and the 4th ward.
Come on, Councilman, you're addressing the clerk's office, please.
Oh, no, I'm saying councilman.
Okay, Madam Clerk, if there is, any other questions then, or concerns, 13 will go on consent.
14 consent then.
Yes, okay.
14?
14 and 15 also consent, right? These are coin-operated laundry licenses.
14 and 15.
Yes. And we spoke to 16, right? And now 17. I've addressed Councilman Abdulaziz a few times. I don't know that he's on, but we have the director here. So Director Ramirez, item 17.
Council President, this item is to ratify an application to the Department of Community Affairs for single-family home remediation. It's of lead. It's families who have children 16 and older or less, who have a high level of lead in their blood, and it will help us provide remediation to these individuals and homeowners to offset the cost of the remediation.
Any council have any questions?
Since I'm vice chair of Health and Human Services,
Yes.
and Councilman Al's not on, Abdulaziz, that really can go on consent. I see Councilwoman Mims had her hand up for a minute.
Okay. All right, so you're as the vice chair, you're okay for it to move on consent. Councilwoman Mims?
Yeah, I don't have an issue with it being on consent. I just have a question. Hi, Director Joel. Thank you for working 24 hours a day. I just want to put that on.
That's why you think that?
Yeah, thank you for working around the clock. That's just, But with this ratification, when it comes to the remediation, how will the process work? Is it an application process? Is it a link? Oh, it is an application.
As an application process, we do send out an inspector, we do the housing authority for most of these for inspections. Once the inspection comes back, then we move forward, we do an RFP for a contractor to go in and do the remediation. It includes replacement remediation of lead-based paint components in windows, doors, walls, from homes again with children who are 6 years or younger, and to test the high levels of lead.
So just a recommendation, not just to the director, but to Madam BA. I think this is a great program that we can work in collaboration with the school district as it relates to children that have a lot of lead concerns and they're dealing with some of the special needs situation that are happening in the school. So this program, we should definitely have some conversations with the Schaefer or the special ed director to work with them relating to this, and maybe there could be some buy-in with finances. Thank you so much, but I'm okay with it being consent. Thank you.
Very good. And you know what, Councilwoman Mims, on that note, just because you mentioned the Paterson Public School District and to work in conjunction, please, the only person that responded to the email that I responded back to the president of the Board of Education concerning his desire to have a joint meeting. And various dates, the only person that responded back was Councilwoman Cotton. So if we're trying to have this meeting, right, we all need to come to a consensus. I know the dates he provided were not, we had some council members that were out, but the only one that responded to those dates. So with that said, let us move forward to start, maybe at the end of the month, get that going, because I know Councilmember Rivera has had quite a few things he's been discussing with me concerning some shared services agreement, and he's been talking about this for quite some time. So just please respond to my email, my memo concerning and addressing the president. It's my understanding in his last meeting, he said that I did not respond, and the letter was put forth soon after, the same day that he sent us the email. Madam Clerk knows this, my assistant. We responded to him and said that I would bring it back to the council, and I did that, and it was sent to all of you, right? So let us take a date for the end of the month. I think will probably work better. It's probably gonna have to be on a Monday, but I would like everyone to be there. specifically because if this is we're gonna be talking about some joint efforts together, I think the council as a whole, should be part of that conversation, all right? So Councilwoman Mims, you and I will talk and see, what dates along with Councilwoman Cotton, and then we'll put it forward, all right? And the first person I wanna make sure that I'm gonna check with is the Councilman Rivera, because since he works a lot and he has quite a few things on the agenda, I want him to be able to be part of that meeting, okay? All right.
Council President?
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman, Velez?
Yeah, the resolution ratifying application to the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Single Family Home Renovation Grant Program is not titled the Board of Education like Khalid did the others, and before me.
Councilman.
I got a question to the Director Joel Ramirez. See, I noticed the joke that we have here, okay? I noticed a lot, Council President. Director, I don't know, your phone is static or whatever. Okay, but let's see if you correct.
That's not horrible, just so you know, it sounds horrible, you sound like a group.
So, it's only for single family home, in this resolution. Why we cannot include 2 family homes at least?
The grant for 1 to 4 family homes, it was a $3.6 million grant.
My question is, can we add up to 2 family homes?
Yes, we do have a separate funding for that. This is specific for 1 family homes, for single family homes, but we do have another grant that was $3.6 million, that is 1 to 4 units. So that.
And that's coming soon to our, coming soon?
No, that was back in September, the $3.6 million. We're already working with that money to remediate, and abate lead.
So if a homeowner right now has a failed inspection from the Board of Health, for lead, where they have to go to apply for abatement on this?
If you go to 176 Broadway, we have the applications there in environmental health. If there are children in the units, 6 years or younger, we will work with them and we would help them with the process.
Can you do me a favor, Director? Can you advise your, personnel on the Board of Health to give this information to, because I had a case that they had to go a private abatement company for 2 family, and this was not through this program. So can you advise the employees of that section to have a flyer or whatever, they could go seek this application for them? Thank you.
May I, Council President?
Thank you, Director. I think that was the only item for you, all right? Thank you for standing.
Council President?
Good, Director, the time is 10:30 and you are done with all your items.
I just need to ask Joel something, the Director. Joel, I know what, Councilman Velez is, talking about the grant. Let me ask you something. Isn't there a stipulation of how much money you can make to qualify to get this work done on your property? It's a stipulation.
This is one of the things looked at from the HUD monies that we got. It's in the clerk, and then she can distribute to the council members. I'll send the flyer, which I already have, but I will also do the application with the financials and all the criteria, and I will have that sent up on the council.
Okay, I just wanted to put that out there for you, Director, that even though, they have a 1-family house and 2-family, but there's a criteria and a stipulation that they gotta follow in order for them to get that work done. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman Cotton. Thank you, Director. All right.
Have a great night, everybody.
Okay, very good. All right, so we'll continue with law.
20?
Yeah, and then with 2021, 22, 23 with law, and then we'll do 24 and 25.
Thank you, Council President. Mayor?
Yes, Corporation Council.
Thank you. These are the resolutions to appoint our outside counsel. They're fairly straightforward and standard, the ones we do every year. They were subject to a RFP as well. So if you, Council President, or any of your colleagues have any questions, I'm happy to answer those.
So 20 is for Labor Council, 21 is for,
General litigation, special conflicts, workman's comp through CRC.
Okay, 22 is for the,
Tax appeal.
tax appeal, and 23 is for the special tax. I reviewed all of those, does anyone have any question on any of those four?
That's right.
Okay, so Councilman Mendez, then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Madam President. I just have the same question for the three, to the chair to Corporation Council. How many, so we Labor Council, so how many lawyers we have right now within the city under your department right now in total? Full-time lawyers.
I believe we have, at this point, 6.
6, okay. So the, out of this, I know we have different.
Or 7, I'm sorry, Councilman, in this.
7, okay. So which, so we have, are we handling some labor council in-house, or of this resolution is just to outsource the work of all this line at different item out of the city, out of your department?
It's a good question. Thank you, Councilman Mendez, for it. So, before I came on, all of our labor issues were being handled by outside counsel. In fact, the majority of what has come before the law department has been handled by outside counsel. Since I've come on, I've started to slowly transition things to in-house. And one of the things that are most amenable to being handled in-house are things like tort claim type items, trip and falls, things like that. So I've assigned a significant amount of those cases in-house, which saves us a ton of money because one, if it's a case that we should resolve, we don't have to spend, $10, $20, $30, $40,000 litigating it before we come to a $25,000 settlement. In terms of specifically labor, that's a little more difficult to train our in-house attorneys on. I do have a significant amount of experience in labor litigation. I represent plaintiffs, and I've also represented defendants and companies in that. And we have 1, possibly 2 cases that I've assigned in-house that are explicitly employment related. And I'm working with our in-house attorneys to sort of bring them along and teach them the labor litigation process because it is separate and specialized. I expect that to continue, and as that continues, we'll be assigning more cases in-house from the labor litigation standpoint.
Correct. So one of the biggest concerns that we all have when we go for litigation is the legal fee that we encourage in every case. So I think that if we make the department stronger, so we're gonna need less outside counsel for different area. I understand that. Thank you, Madam President.
We're on our way with that, Councilman Mendez. We're on our way.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Velez.
Corporate Counsel, we have so far 14 individuals that work at the Labor Council, right? 14.
Outside counsel?
Correct.
That's correct, Councilman Velez, and I can expand upon that if you require.
Correct. So in other words, those council, 14 councils, they all work with union bargaining?
No, Councilman Velez, and what it's been my practice here, and previous corporation councils have also undertaken this. The people that apply, everyone that applies is essentially qualified. We don't necessarily use everyone on the list, but we have that option for one reason or another. Not everyone on the labor is for contract negotiations. Some of them might be for contract negotiations, some of them might be for grievances, some of them might be for other issues as well.
So, Corporate Counsel, so far how many contracts we have that we haven't settled so far in the city? About 17?
I don't know if that number is 17, but I do know we're actively working to collectively bargain on several contracts, police, fire, but we also just put a few to bed. I think notably the DPW contract, I think, is something that we made great strides on. crossing guards and some other things. So things are in process, and they're at various stages, Councilman.
When this labor council postpone, arbitration, meeting or whatever, they still get paid?
I'm sorry, Councilman Velez, I don't understand the question.
If any of those councils that postpone any kind of arbitration, hearing or whatever regarding the, labor contract, do they still get paid?
If I understand your question correctly, and please stop me if I don't, Councilman Velez, your question is whether or not the councils our outside counsel who are working on contract, if they stay or do not proceed with their arbitration, do they get paid? The answer is no, they only get paid when they work. And sometimes the thought process in not proceeding to arbitration is to perhaps give the parties another opportunity to consider the proposals and see if we can make headway before going into, an arbitration.
Last request, I don't know if I could do it through you or to the Madam BA. So give me a list, Madam BA, I think Madam BA will answer this through email. Can you give me a list of the contract that have not been finalized and the one that's still pending? Not finalized, so it's pending, but the one is already signed to move forward and the one that is still pending, and how much the bill of each union contract has regarding to getting an agreement. So how much is the bill that we paying for DPW contract? How much is the bill that we paying for the police, et cetera, et cetera? I want to see how much we paying this attorney to do the city job to get an agreement on a fair contract.
Okay.
Thank you, Council President.
Point taken, okay, very well. So council members, how would you like to proceed with 2021, 22, and 23? Regular?
Regular.
Oh, regular.
Madam Clerk, 20, 21, 22, and 23 will go on regular. Okay?
Yes, I have those. Thank you.
So now we will discuss the finance items, okay? 24, 25, and then we'll continue with 28. Madam Clerk, 29 is being removed.
Okay, hold on, Council President. Number 29, take it out, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay? And
Yes,
then
ma'am.
we'll go back to, the first reading ordinances. So, 24 and 25. Madam B. Actually, CFO.
Thank you, Council President. Number 24 is appropriation reserve, it's a transfer. It's basically transferring, all the remaining salaries from last year's budget, into two reserves. Into a reserves for the upcoming retros that are, coming for the negotiations, and into a accumulated absence reserve, which is for buyouts.
Have anybody who has any questions pertaining to these items
Council
24?
President,
Councilman Jackson?
can you be more specific with regard to the retros? Retros for what exactly?
For all the upcoming contracts, for, like, we just, I think DPW is coming in front of you, we just settled. There's, retros from 2019 all the way up to 2021. All those retros would be upcoming and every other union.
Okay, it would be very helpful if you can be more specific. Every other union, like which unions exactly? And I mean, I don't need exact amounts, but we should know ballpark figures, percentages, and of that funding. Where's the lion's share of the money going?
Well, we haven't negotiated all the contracts. So, I mean, I just assume a ballpark figure from all of them together. But I can't give you, I can just give you of the ones we already completed, but I can't give you ones that we have not completed.
So let me get this clear. Is this an item you're requesting to be voted upon and approved?
Correct.
And you don't have an idea of ballpark figures of what we're talking about here?
The ballpark figure is the figure on it's $1.7 million.
I'm sorry?
It's $1.7 million.
$1.7 million. So specifically, is there an outline of where, what's going where? How'd you come up with this arbitrary number of $1.7 million?
I can send that to you, Councilman Jackson. I went.
That would be appreciated, but I think we should have a lengthy discussion or a full discussion on
1 second.
how this money.
Jackson, Madam BA has her hand up. Do you want to address Councilman Jackson?
Yes, thank you. If I could just jump in here. When we create the budget every year, we include a, kind of a 2% increase as a standard placeholder, even while we're looking to negotiate the contracts, even though there's gonna be different levels, within each contract. So the money, because 2021 ended without most of the contracts being finalized, that's where all that money that was a placeholder is being put into this one line, so that would be used for all the upcoming, retro payments. So the first one, like the CFO said, the first one that's coming before the council is actually next week for an executive session for DPW Blue Union. They already voted on theirs, and then we do the calculations as part of that. All the remaining unions, the supervisors union, the white collar union, all of them we're in the process of negotiating. Any retros that will be required will be paid first out of this line, and then if there's other necessary funds, that would be part of this year's budget.
So, Madam BA and fellow council members, it should not be a common practice just to say, well, we're allotted, or there's a 2% possible increase, and just say, well, we're just gonna have that available. We should have an understanding on what the figures are, which departments, ballpark, so we can drill it down. And because there's obviously other expenditures as well that needs to be anticipated, that we need to know where it's coming from. Like, for example, we still have members of DPW that have not received their hazardous pay. We still have members of the health department that have not received hazardous pay. So, and we understand that there's retro, but I want to make sure that we're not utilizing the 2% cap to cover some of these expenditures that's supposed to be that should have gotten covered already. Because I don't understand why some members have already been paid their hazardous pay and the others are still waiting. So with that being said, I don't want to delve into too far of that. I'm just using that as an example. But we should have a more definitive number and understanding of why, from each division in each department, of what their retro pays is going to be projected. And if we're off a few dollars here and there, that's one thing. But we should have an understanding on what these expenditures are going to be. Just giving council president and council members, just giving them an opportunity to provide a blank check to them to sell us later on, oh, this is what it was. It's not being responsive.
Okay, Madam BA and then Councilman Rivera.
Yes, thank you, Council President. I just wanted to address the premium pay issue. That is separate. That is through the ARP dollars. What the councilman was referring to was related to a particular contract provision that was earlier, but that is not the citywide premium pay, and that is not what's in front of you as part of budget transfers.
Councilman Rivera?
Oh, we're discussing number 24, which is just budget transfers, right? The money could have gone two places. You cannot spend salary. Most of the money being transferred from salaries. Most of it's from salaries. There's some from insurance, but the bottom line is this: the only place that this money could have been moved to are those two places that is being moved, which is reserved for retros and reserved for accumulated absence. But also, if the administration chose to, it could have been close to operation. Then it gets moved to surplus, right? Which is surplus. The only question I have, Madam BA, and it's a suggestion. I recall, let me put the camera up, hold on, because right now I'm looking at the same screen and I don't see who I'm speaking to. Okay, that's better. So, the only thing I'm gonna say is, I just hope that now that the COVID situation is better than it was before, that you take it a step further and present to the council how we're gonna be utilizing this year. What is the plan for the money that we budget for recreation? And I'll tell you why I bring this up. Since I've been a council, we've been increasing the recreation's budget. And I understand, the reason I'm bringing this up is because the last time we moved 500,000, everybody just, it was in the newspapers. The council went after the administration. Well, we're moving another 806,000 now from recreation. And I knew this, that the whole time when I read the article, I was not laughing, but I was like, okay, but they're concentrating on 500. They haven't used probably close to $1 million of the money that was budgeted to them, right? So I just want to let the council know, I'll give you the piece of advice. Next year, we have to do a better job with the resources that we allocate in this budget. I understand that, COVID got in the way, but COVID cannot be an excuse this year. We need to make sure that we do better by our youth. That's all I gotta say.
Council President.
Thank you very much, Councilman Rivera. So I'll give the floor, give me a second, Councilman Velez. It tells these two items are going to go on regular, Madam Clerk, all right? Councilman Velez, and then Councilwoman Cotton.
Yeah, Council President, in the past, when we doing budget and we analyzing where the money's going and this and that, see, right now, they pulling money from other expenses that sit there for a while, and when the administration wanna play with it, they take it out and put it where they want. Now they put it in here because they know they're against the wall, because they're retro. They waited 3 years and a half to get those contracts, move on forward, and our employees suffer 3 years and a half waiting for a disgrace 2% of increase in one contract. A disgrace. I noticed here that you're moving $50,000 from public building section. What that money was used for before you move it in the line item and the other expenses? If we leave it there, what was the reason we have that money on the expenses?
They need that money. We're moving it in.
Actually, you moving it from out. No.
The 50 you're moving in. They need 50,000.
Where you got that money from then?
From every other line you see there.
Point it out.
One of those salary lines or the insurance.
I'm sorry, Mr. CFO.
That's what I'm saying.
Mr. Chair, Finance Chair, did you have something you wanted to say before Councilwoman speaks?
Yeah, just very quick. So, Councilman, so at the end of the year, salary lines, as December 31st, salary lines, you don't have no more use for them because you cannot charge January salaries. So that's it, you could close those on the 31st, you could close them to surplus, or you could put it in retro, like you're doing right now, reserve for retro, or for accumulated absence. Now, the other expense accounts, you still get bills. For example, right now we're in February, you're still getting bills from the prior year. You still gotta pay out of last year's budget. You cannot pay out of this year's budget. We're in a modified, this is an accounting term, modified accounting accrual basis, right? Some things you realize revenue when it comes in, but you realize, the expenditures, you recognize them when they take place. Those expenditures from last year have to be paid out of last year's budget. That's what he's doing.
So where you got those 50,000 from?
He probably knows that there's a bill that needs to be paid and there's not enough money for it.
Okay.
Councilman Velez, I think he addressed you. He stated, I took the money from the line items you see there.
No. So I see a lot of line items. I want him to say, I took it from here to put it there.
I took it from insurance.
Insurance, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. So council members, 24 and 25 are going to go, I'm sorry, Councilwoman, my apologies.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Council President. I just wanted to ask, We're talking for such a long time and I forget what everybody's saying. I don't even, but let me say to you, Javier, I heard you say something about this is for the 2% increase for the contracts that have been settled, right?
It's for all the contracts.
That's true.
The ones that have been settled and the ones that are gonna be settled.
Okay, Javier, it's only 2 contracts that's been settled. We still got 17 more. How many more are gonna be settled within the next 2 months that you can think of? Because this is not gonna cover all 19 contracts.
That will cover, that should cover most contracts, take out police and fire.
Okay, we're gonna take them out.
Yeah, take out police and fire, correct.
Okay, now, let me just say to council members, like, the contract expired 2019, December 30th, 2019, so we're gonna pay 20, 21, 22, 23. And each of those years, they'll get 2%, retro, correct, Javier?
No, isn't it 2019, 2020, 21?
No, 2020.
Yeah,
2021.
2021. We're in 22.
Okay, this is what that's for, so, but Javier, and I'm not sure the VA can help us. We still got 17 contracts to still negotiate. How many you think will be settled in 2022?
That's a tough question, Councilwoman. I think we're making some really great progress on a lot of them. But the majority of the ones we have are related to public safety. There are numerous ones within, and those conversations continue. But I'm very hopeful because I think there's a lot of good faith and goodwill around the table.
Okay. I'm hoping for the best so that we be able to settle more than those easy kind. No, they're not. They're all difficult. They really are.
Councilwoman Cotton,
Right.
if you and I and Vince were the ones negotiating, I think we would have been done by now. But
I think we would have.
No, but anyway, with that said, all right. If you're good,
I'm good.
So move forward, Madam Clerk, 24 and 25 will go on regular, okay?
Yes, I do.
Okay, yes, Councilwoman Miss.
I'm okay with 20 through 23, so if, I know everyone was good with it, you wanna change them for consent? If we can do that, I'm okay with them.
I thought they was all regular.
No, so
No,
we were gonna say consent, but when Councilwoman.
I made a request, yeah.
So
I'm
regular,
fine.
then.
22, 23?
Yes, I'm fine, Councilwoman.
So if you're okay and everyone else is okay, I need you to just put it on record. We're okay with 20, 21, 22, and 23 to go consent?
Yes.
Okay, I have that, Council President.
So Madam, okay. 20, 21, 22, and 23 consent. 24 and 25 regular, 26 first reading, 27 first reading, 28. Madam VA, 28. Council members, and I believe we have only 3 more items, okay?
Yes. Thank you, Council President. This item, and I added some supplemental information today regarding the history of Millennium Strategies working for the city, but through kind of a program with the Parking Authority. We went out to bid as part of the process. The council approved going out to bid last summer. We did the bid in the fall, and we're now coming back to you now to award the bid. And if you look at some of the information over the last few years, the grant writers have provided tremendous services to the city, growing our grants from about, initially the kind of new grants that they worked on for about 4 million up to 11 million, then up to about 14 million. And in particular, I want to highlight the complexity. We know that a lot of our department heads, our engineer works on our annual DOT grants. That we have a team that still works on open space and a variety of things. But there are lots of new grants that we have been able to really add some tremendous value from Department of Justice, from federal grants, numerous ones from DOJ, ones from HUD directly, ones from federal HHS. And that's the type of support that we really needed to, to supercharge the efforts in here in the city. and to make sure that we weren't just relying on taxpayers for a lot of the work that we need to do, for example, related to opioids, and so on. So I wanted to make sure I provided you with some of that information, to support this process.
Council President.
Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Council President. Madam BA, first of all, let me say this. That sounds extremely positive. $14+ million in additional funding. But if I may, I would really like to see an outline, a full detailed outline of where and how this money, one, is first acquired, and then two, how it's dispersed. I would like to see an outline on the expenses for the consultant, what fees were paid out for the consultant on these various grants, what a detailed description of how these grants have been utilized and the impact that it's had. Like, for example, you just gave a generalization and saying the opioid. Okay, so exactly how did it impact the opioid condition in our community? How many people have we been able to assist, aid, and how are we aiding them? And are these individuals that's being aided, are we aiding individuals that's not from our community, and so on and so forth? We need to have kind of a focus on how the residents are being impacted by these efforts. You know, again, I want to applaud it because I think anytime we can increase, revenue by a sum of $10 plus $14 million is great. But when we still have, all the conditions that we're dealing with, and I think I would say that the large majority of council members would agree that the conditions feel in the community as they've gotten worse. So if we're seeing an additional $14+ million, then how is it impacting us? And it would be great to have a detailed outline of this impact.
Thank you very much, Councilman Jackson. Councilwoman Mims?
So I have just a question, and it may not be able to be answered tonight, but I do remember when Millennial Strategies first came on. I have to commend them for the work that they've done and finding grants and monies to help offset some of the costs. But I remember there was a discussion around some of the MLB grant fund money to offset some of the parks. For example, Riverside Park and some of the other parks where there are softball fields. Can we follow back or backtrack on that just to see where we stand with that, Madam BA, in alignment with the vision plan, and see if they worked or found anything that correlates, because I think that will help with some of the renovations and the upgrades that we're doing with the parks. Thank you so much, Council President. Council President?
My apologies. Are you done, Councilwoman?
Yes.
Did you ask the question, or did you just?
Yeah, I just, she'll probably follow back up, right, Madam BA?
Yes.
Okay.
I will follow up on that just to make sure. Yep.
Do I have anyone else? All right, so Councilman Kalik.
Madam BA, currently, this company, how many contracts do we have with them? It seems like they're, as far as I remember, they have a contract with us to oversee our X money, $63 million. Also, another contract I believe we have with the same company. Also, last year when Sporting Authority were in contract on behalf of our city with this company, how much was that contract for on a yearly basis?
Okay, so I have a couple questions there, Council President, if I can answer. The first one, in terms of other contracts, We are utilizing them for disaster recovery services, which is again very similar to kind of the grant writing component with FEMA. That is a fully reimbursable grant through FEMA. So all of their work we're able to count in and ask for reimbursement from FEMA. So it's covered in what we will get back. In terms of the ARP dollars and the ARP spending, they were part of a joint application and a joint contract with NW Financial, who also serves as our financial advisors here in the city. And their work as part of that component is very small. It's really mostly the work of NW Financial. So this would be the kind of the first full grant or the contract for the grant writing services. Up to this point, we haven't paid anything for all of this support. So the 4 million that we got, the 11 million that we got, the 14.5 million that we got, we have not paid for that. That was part of kind of a loan, an on-loan shared service with the parking authority. I do not know what their contract was with them. I just know what was, part of the bid documents that we have in front of us here today.
Can you provide us with the contract of parking authority with them?
I can, ask. I'm not sure if Corporation Counsel can jump in. I don't know what the requirements might be. We can certainly ask, to get that information.
Also, since they've been writing grants for City of Paterson, out of all the numbers that you gave us, 14 million, 4 million, whatever the amount is, is there any new grant money that they haven't gotten for us in last year? And usually some of the grants, as far as I know, every year we get those grants. For example, CDBG money. These are regular, every year we get them. It's the same application, basically.
Right.
And us, any new money, new grant, is there any new grant application for us?
Yeah, so that's why those were some of the ones I highlighted on the email that I sent your way. So for instance, in 2020, the U.S. HUD grant for abatement of lead hazards, which Director Ramirez referenced earlier, was $3.4 million. That was part of what they brought in for the city. US DOJ supporting opioid programming and coalition building. That's that core group that is going out currently, and I could share as Councilman Jackson requested. There's a regular report that's done by this team. That's the group that's out in front of the library, joint efforts, social worker, EMS. That's 900,000. That was a completely new grant. In terms of 2021, there's about 3.8 million from US DOJ. And that's part of the COPS grant, so we put in an additional application for that. 4 million for HHS for the development of the health literacy plan to build health equity related to COVID-19. All of this is above and beyond our normal, what our health division and HHS would apply for state level funding, what our historic preservation would do in terms of open space and so on. So yes, I think that's important to note is we wouldn't have the bandwidth to do a lot of these complex federal level grants, and especially some of the reporting that goes along with it. The grant writers also help us with that. In addition, they also support things like the private philanthropy grants, and that's the park grants. That's the Financial Empowerment Center, which is up and running because of a private grant that was brought to us by the grant writers. Even they supported us with our Bloomberg Foundation grant, our Bloomberg Philanthropies grant for the Mayor's Challenge. So a lot of the actual nitty-gritty work of getting the application done is what is get pulled all together on all these different levels.
Okay. Were all these the new grants they have gotten for us in last 2 years? Were these grants available prior to these 2 years?
Some of them I think were, because even if you look at early on.
Give me a definite answer.
I can't. I don't know every grant that was available before.
If these grants are just available, it doesn't mean they're getting us these new grants. These are just available, so anybody, our staff, or previously, as far as I know, our staff member, our director used to apply for those grants, correct? If there are new grants, They shouldn't gather the information, they could have applied same way. So it's not like they're getting that this new grant, they just became available. So nobody could, no, none of the city, nobody could have gotten those grants. It seemed like since we hired this company or parking authority, they have found those unknown treasures somewhere and gotten us those money.
Well, Councilman, if I could address that, I think it's a combination of things. I think it's a question of bandwidth, right? We talk about all the requirements of department heads and how we don't have a lot of extra staff to do these type of things. So it's sometimes just a matter of time that, police officers can't be applying for, 6 or 7 grants. They have the one that they do every year, maybe the justice grant that they are able to turn out and do themselves. And then we provide the support of looking, hey, now there are all these grants, we can reach for these grants at DOJ and provide the information that's needed. So it's a combination of the two, that some of them are new, some of them are old, and we've just never been able to do them before, and now we can.
Okay, very well.
So how much is this contract for?
If you look at the resolution, it is a 3-year, not to exceed 288,000. So that's the first year. I'm sorry, yep. 108,000 each year. I'm sorry. Those are the option years for renewals. So yes, 3-year, not to exceed 288,000.
And I think in finance, we did the calculation. I know Councilman Rivera asked, Javier, remember the numbers he asked you, and then he said per month what it would be, correct?
About 8,000.
96 a year, 8,000 a month.
8,000 a month, okay.
How many, last year, how many grant have there been on behalf of the city?
19,450,000.
How many applications?
I would have to look that up, I'm not sure.
Yeah, if you look actually at the information I sent you, Councilman, it's a Word document. Each year it's about a 9-page Word document. And the first section is the ones we were awarded, but you also see the ones that were submitted, not awarded, the ones that were still in process at that point in time.
Okay, Councilman Mendez?
Sure, Madam President. I just got a quick question, just for the record, and a point of clarification, Madam BA. So, Millennium Strategy, they have 3 contracts. The first one is the disaster recovery one that they already have. The second one is with NW Financial, and this is the 3rd contract. Correct?
Correct.
So 3 so far. Wow.
Yeah, this one we went out to bid, and they were the only bidder for this grant writing services. Yep, and there's Harry, who can talk if you have any questions about the process, and but we followed the proper procurement process.
All right. No more questions. Thank you, Madam President.
No one have any questions for Harry? All right, so this item will go on regular. Okay, and we already went in workshop, we discussed and we moved items 30, 31, and 32 for first reading. So they'll move forward for first reading. Okay? Can I have a
Thank you,
motion to
Dr.
close?
President. Have a great evening.
Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Harry.
Can I have a motion to close?
Motion to close?
Before we call, Councilman, you said 30, 31, and 32?
For first reading. Okay.
Council President?
Councilman Jackson.
Council President, so, we're closing, I definitely put an item on for discussion
Okay.
for the results of this internal review or investigation. This council continuously operates, irresponsibly by allowing these things to take place, and still after all these years, 4 years, not one time have we had an investigation have we utilized the power granted to the council for taking a position of a committee of the whole? Here we obviously have some discrepancies that have been outlined, photographed, published, and this council still continues to be silent and still doesn't want to take a position.
Corporation
So-
counsel?
I'm sorry?
No, I wanna address, what your statement right now, to, corporate, to Corporation Counsel, pertaining to, Councilman Jackson, regarding the third-party investigation of the Paterson Fire Department. So I don't know in terms of, where we are. At least what I was told is that there was a full investigation done and that, it went through internal. Am I correct?
Yes, Council President, there was an investigation done. Councilman Jackson brought some items to our attention, and they were actually brought to our attention slightly before Councilman Jackson did. Immediately upon receiving that information, we referred it out to outside counsel for full investigation. Investigation was done, people were interviewed, a report was generated which found no wrongdoing. And that report remains privileged and confidential and is subject to an employee. And so unfortunately, we cannot turn over that report. I did offer to the members of the Public Safety Committee, should they so require, for my attendance at the next Public Safety Committee, I'm happy to discuss what I can about that investigation and the results thereof. I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm able to answer publicly on that issue.
Councilman Rivera, then Councilman Mendez.
So I did bring the question today. I think I even brought it up in finance briefly. And my question was a general question that if we're hiring, lawyers to do this investigation, and my opinion is that this should be presented to us in executive session. You don't have to give us the report, but at least present it in executive session. And the council have to make a commitment that you will not bring this into the public, because it is a personal matter. We handle another different form of government, but in the school district, any investigation that we pay for, that we ask to be done and paid for, the outcome of that investigation was presented to us. You remember that, Councilman Mims? We were there together.
Mm-hmm.
And we were very clear before every meeting, every executive session, that this information cannot be leaked to the public or the press because, it's related to personnel. But I don't think it's acceptable that we hire an independent or a third party to do an investigation. The bill is submitted to us for our approval. What happened to my screen?
I wanna know why Councilman is sharing his screen. Why does he have access to do that?
That messed me up.
Councilman, what did you just do?
Oh my God.
Get ready.
All right, so let me continue.
Hold on a minute, do not continue.
No, this Councilman, stop, let's, I'm about to close my screen.
No,
don't close it.
It's actually Councilman Mendez, it's Councilman Velez.
There you go.
My apologies, if I said Mendez, I meant to say Velez, because I could see it says that he was trying to share his screen.
Very good.
So,
They both got 2 E's and.
so again, and my
Councilman Rivera has the floor, then it's Councilman Mendez,
and let me make it clear, my
Can
question.
I say something?
and then Councilman Jackson. No, you have to, it's Rivera, Mendez, Jackson. I mean,
So let me
Rivera, Mendez, Velez.
Let me make it clear, my question just didn't come up, just pertaining to the investigation with the chief. Any investigation that we have, and there's been others, any investigation that we had, hire any outside, firms to do an investigation and we pay them, my belief is that it needs to be presented. If not, I'm going to continue to vote no on this bills list that we get, because it doesn't make sense. You cannot come to us to pay a bill for something that, that should be presented to us. You guys present, the settlements to us, right? Every time there's a settlement, we do those in executive session. So,
Councilmember Rivera, so on that note, are you aware of any, that this was taken, so I guess I shouldn't address her, I should address Corporation Counsel. So there was an outside, investigation done that was paid for, like lawyers, like?
Correct, Council President, you said it was internal affairs.
That's what I was told, that's why I'm asking right here, right now.
This was a criminal act. We should not have had a third-party law firm doing this investigation. This should have been referred to the Attorney General's office.
And Council President,
Corporation Counsel.
thank you. And allow me to lend some clarity to the situation. So when a complaint is filed, or we have reason to believe that there's something that needs to be investigated, we have one or two options at the law department. We can either investigate it internally, as most things are investigated. For example, if someone made a complaint regarding sexual harassment, some sort of violation of our workplace policies, normally that would be handled in-house. But certain allegations, due to either the nature or the person involved, in order to avoid any appearance of impropriety, we don't investigate it in-house. Rather, we ask one of our the law firms that are qualified to RFPs that are already qualified to independently investigate that and then produce a report. So that's sort of what is a normal course of process. And like I said, it could be for a variety of reasons that we ask one of our attorneys that are outside counsel to do an internal investigation. It could be the allegation, it could be the person, it could be to avoid any impropriety or accusation that we may be favoring one party or another in an investigation. So in order to really keep the integrity of the investigation, we farm it out to one of our outside counsels, and they produce a report and a conclusion thereof.
Okay, so is Councilman Mendez?
Sure, thank you. I hear the explanation of our corporation counsel. So once that report it's just completed, I think, the key is to have, the dialogue with this. If it's not, I know it's a personal matter, so it should be in a personal committee or in a private section. But that conversation needs to happen with the governing body. That way we're fully aware about the result of the investigation, corporation counsel. So I guess, there's gonna be a day and time for us to go over that report, that investigation. But I would like to ask something now that we are on that train with investigation. There's been so many fires throughout the city, the corporation counsel. I would like to get a report of all the investigation, if there's been some investigation in some of the fire that has been taking place throughout the city. I'm looking forward to get that report as soon as you put it together. Let's have the discussion, because I'm very concerned to know that if there's been investigation follow after all those fires that we'll be having throughout the city. All right? Thank you, Madam President.
Council President, may I just request a clarification?
Thank you, Councilman Mendez, Corporation Counsel.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Mendez, for that request. I would invite you to my office. You've been many times, as all of you have. Just so we can meet and I can understand the parameters of your request, and so that we can assess that request and see how we can make that happen, because it's not something that the law department normally does, and it may touch upon the prosecutor's office and some other things, but please come to my office anytime so we can discuss the parameters of your request and make sure that we're meeting your expectations.
Correct. All right. I will. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councilman Velez?
Council President, as taking recommendation, I know that Councilman Jackson.
I'm sorry. Can you unmute yourself, please? My apologies.
Thank you. First of all, I apologize because the hand button is next to that green button, and I didn't realize that was a share button. So sorry, because everybody scream at me like, I know the program. But corporate counsel offer a a courtesy meeting with us at the public safety meeting. But the only thing I'm a little bit concerned that still he also is curfew to disclose the investigation that was performed. Is that correct, Council, Corporate Counsel?
And Council President?
Council?
Thank you. Councilman Velez, I'm not sure, I understand your question. My goal in attending that meeting with you and proposing that is to answer any questions that I can answer and offer and fill in some more details without producing a copy of the report, just so we're all on the same page, but there's certainly things I can answer pertaining to that report, pertaining to that investigation, and hopefully the council will be satisfied with my responses, and if not, we can figure out something else.
So in other words, ladies and gentlemen, and I gotta say loud and clear. For the mayor, the chief, and Michael Jackson is not a threat. But for Luis Velez, it is. So, and I know what I'm saying. Other cases are going right away to the prosecutor's office. Somebody was, listen, yesterday he had a nice, beautiful wedding performance for the 14th of how you call it, Valentine's Day in the second floor. And somebody in the second floor say, Councilman Velez, why you don't let the mayor marry you? I say, he probably called a prosecutor's office to marry me. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm clear, brother. If I'm gonna put in my glove to fight, I will fight. And let me tell you something, Council President. This administration is a mafia showcase. Whatever the administration want to say, the mayor please whoever he wants, he will do whatever he wants, and he will gonna do whatever he wants. Because he has a mafia showcase. He's a boss, and he has a lot of bunch of, excluding the corporate counsel, he's going by the law. But whatever it is, it had to be a stop on this. And I'm tired that everything that happens in the city, he take lead at it. I will, listen, forget about the report that the corporate counsel has of the investigation. Let's start opening the conversation of the phone, the email that he sent, all right, to see what transpired in those emails. How everything happens. How he referred things. What is his comments? What is his opinion regarding this situation? Or any situation in the city regarding this mayor.
Okay.
When he feel, Council President, please allow me. When he feel threat for any directors, for any employees, for anybody out there, he will do whatever he wants. You know why? We allow it. And I regret that we're supporting this mayor because I thought he was going to be a good mayor. I thought he was going to be wise, but he being a phony and he being an orchestra conductor because Councilman Alex Mendez took my cheerleader word. So, you know.
All right, Councilman.
And let me tell you, Council President, every time I'm going to say the truth, you say Council Velez. I have to think right.
Councilman, go back to the tape. You've been speaking and I have allowed you. When you start bashing, it's no different than when somebody.
I'm using my fingers.
They try to bash any council member.
You know what is bad, Council President?
Let's
No. Well, you know what is bad? Not saying the truth. Not saying the truth. That is bad. And that would be lie if I'm not saying the truth. And I got proof that I'm saying the truth. So, ladies and gentlemen, those phones, those texts are sending right away when Luis Velez is speaking. You know why? Because the orchestra conductor is sending those texts to those that agree with him. So, Madam Villa could laugh whatever she wants. I don't request a report who sent to the lawyer or whatever. I will request the Attorney General to conduct an investigation, turn inside out to this administration. And you will be surprised what you will hear. I'll prove that message.
President.
Okay, Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So I just want to bring a close to this because first and foremost, somewhat agreeing with Councilman Velez, he took it to the next level, which I respect and appreciate. But the fact of the matter is, this council does not have to ask for a report. This council has a fiduciary responsibility to do its own investigations. We have the ability to call every single employee involved, because the investigation that was done, all of the employees in that area was not interviewed. You cannot conduct an investigation by doing it partially, by only interviewing or doing a half investigation, by only speaking to the individuals that's going to line up with what your views are. That's not being responsible to the public's best interest. In fact, this is a criminal activity that should have been referred to the criminal division, or the Division of Public Integrity at the prosecutor's office and or the Attorney General's office. This should not have been an internal review by a law firm contracted by the administration to monitor the activities of the administration. But yet, I'm not holding the administration accountable and or corporation counsel. My level of accountability falls on the chest of members of this body. The council has an obligation to have the public's best interest in mind, and we have not done that. We have not done that at all. And now it's troublesome to see so many council members turning, their opinions, in various situations. And this council has yet to be responsible collectively. So I'm gonna say that, I'm gonna lay that right there. I'm not asking for us to have a closed door session in public safety with corporation counsel and review some notes that was taken by an ally of theirs. I'm saying that this council we have the ability to hire our own independent investigator to go and do the questioning, and we have the ability to bring each of the employees, we can rice them and bring them before the council in a hearing. And we have not exercised that right. It was done before for a matter of $17,000. Yet we have an enormous amount of money being exchanged. We have all kinds of activity taking place. We have residents who are employees who are being disenfranchised. And this council has yet to take responsibility. So I'm calling for the council members, council president, you as our lead, we should be calling for a committee of the whole, organizing it, and we can do a comparison of that report and take,
Councilman Jackson, since you addressed me, to take the lead, okay? This is not something that one person. So as the council president, if I don't deem it that I want to go that route, I have the right to not take it. If the majority of the council feels that they want to go that route, then I'm okay with it. So this isn't a me thing, okay?
So council president, with all due respect, we see photographs that show one thing, but yet we're told something else. And if you say you don't deem it,
no, that's not what I'm saying. Councilman, what I'm saying, because you're telling me to do something, and if I feel that that's correct, but if I feel that that's not the route that I want to take, okay, but the rest of the council wants to go that route, that is different. You are addressing me, and I'm telling you that. So right now, I don't have all the information. I'm not that type of person. I am that person that will go to corporation counsel and say, let's have this meeting, let's have public safety, bring it there first. And if I am not satisfied, then I am that person that joins you in saying, you know what, we need to come back to the council and say, we need to do a committee of the whole. All right? But I don't want to just go into a committee of the whole. No, I want to go through the channels. I did address corporation counsel and the administration, specific to Madam VA, all right? And corporation counsel gave me some information, okay? And I deemed it acceptable at that moment. Now, you're mentioning some stuff that is obvious that you are privy to. Okay, let's come back to public safety, bring them there, all right? And let's have.
So we cannot bring employees, we cannot bring
No,
witnesses
Councilman, I said
and
the
employees to
information
public
that
safety.
you have. Councilman Jackson, I'm talking about the information that.
Well, the information I have is third party, Council President. It would not be appropriate for me to come in a meeting and restate third party information. If we're gonna be responsible, we call the parties, we call the parties to the hearing, and we allow them to answer for
Okay, council
themselves.
members, okay, council members. I'm gonna ask you this question, each one of you. How would you like to proceed? Who would like to move forward with the committee of the whole?
Myself, I'm ready.
Okay, Councilman Mendez,
I'm ready too for that.
Councilman Velez, Councilman Jackson.
I'm sure it ends there.
Well, let's do a committee of the whole, we put this to rest. We need to move forward, you know,
I think definitely, Madam President, we have to put a committee as a whole, and this is only one of the first issues. There's been so many other issues and irregularities from this administration that we should be doing this with, a long time ago, we should have done this before.
We should be too.
Okay, so Councilman Mendez, okay, so we have 3 people. How many other council members would like to move forward?
Aye. Mike Jackson, you for this?
Of course, I'll put forward
I'm
the
just-
request, but
Council President, I'm just trying to gain an understanding because I hear, I don't have clarity on what we're referring to. I really don't understand, like, and I'm not
It's
saying
a
that.
personnel matter, Councilwoman Mims.
Councilwoman.
So, 1 second.
Yeah.
It's a personnel matter, Councilwoman, so I don't wanna go into detail, that's why I said we can take it to committee, it would go under public safety, right? And have the conversation, Councilman Jackson is in that committee, and so we would have the discussion, and Councilman Velez as well. And, if the information that we received there through Corporation Counsel is enough information that we say, you know what, let's bring it back to the council, we need to move as committee of the whole, then I'm okay with that. But I'm not gonna go, let's go dive into a committee of the whole. I'm not. That's not where I am. But if the council, which I'm asking right now, if you all decide, 6 of you decide, you wanna move forward with that, then we move forward.
Why 6?
Oh, here,
Council President, if I may.
But I just wanna finish my thought. The issue I have, I'm not on public safety committee, so I still would not be privy to whatever the information is. And there are some concerns that need to be addressed. I'm not gonna go into it because we have rights individuals. I'm just trying to understand, is it for, the myriad of issues? Is it targeted or specified to 1 or 2 areas? I just need to know what is it for? Like, is it for
This is
everything?
specific, all right, so if
Council
you have your
President,
report in front of you, I'm gonna allow you, but if you, this is specific, the discussion, and Councilman Jackson put it on the agenda, it's third-party investigation of the Paterson Fire Department, that's what it is. All right?
Oh, that's what it's for, okay.
So, Corporation Counsel,
Thank you, Council President, for your indulgence, and to address Dr. Mims. Dr. Mims would certainly, this touches upon the legal committee. Even if it didn't, I invite any and all of the council members to my office at any time. I'm there on a, I was gonna say regular basis, but that's not accurate, because I'm there on a more than regular basis. So I'm happy to present it to the legal committee. I'm happy for council members to come at my office to convene, and I will just say this, while the council is deliberating a committee of the whole, the law requires that any committee of the whole have a specific mandate. So, to the extent that there's an issue that the council deems in its collective wisdom that they want to pursue pursuant to a committee of the whole, there has to be a specific mandate in that resolution creating a committee of the whole and pursuing that particular issue that they raised. I'm not aware of, and I've done the research and I've looked at it, as to, a committee of the whole addressing a bunch of different issues. So again, it's certainly within the council's purview. I think this is a robust, healthy debate. But any committee of the whole would have to necessarily be focused on an issue by issue basis. Thank you, Council President.
So can we Council President, so Corporation Council, with the polling of our meeting on Friday for legal committee, can we add that to the agenda?
Yeah.
Just to get a briefing in that committee.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
We can add that.
Councilmember Rivera? Okay, thank you, Councilmember.
So real quick, I wasn't thinking of a committee of a whole. I was asking for something that I feel that we have the right to know. What is going on within our city? We're the legislative body, right? We approve the resources that need to be spent for the city. We can't pick and choose the information that's provided to us. Now, this is the only thing I'm gonna say. If the administration is not willing to share with us, I need to know what happened. I can just accept, oh, there was nothing wrong, right? It's not acceptable. And then we get a bill, I wanna know what type of work these people did. So all I'm saying is, this is not to go after anyone. Those who know me, I don't wish anybody bad at all. All I'm saying is, this is the first time as an elected official, 4 years in the school board, almost 4 years here. This is the first time that I hear that certain information cannot be shared with us. Information reports that, okay guys, 3 or 4. Reports.
You were
that-
appointed first.
Correct. Correct. So, reports that we're paying for. This administration discussed other legal matters, other personnel matter in executive session. It's not acceptable that you're gonna go to now a public safety. No, let's do this in executive session with the full council. You do this all the time. We run these meetings all the time in executive session, talking about other personnel matters, other investigations that we have to settle for. So we cannot pick and choose. Either you present this to us, you don't have to give me the report, but at least present the content of the report, take the report back, or I'm gonna agree to a committee of the whole. And with all due respect, Council President, it shouldn't be 6 votes. It should be 5 of us that say, because this is not right, this is something the taxpayers, and this is not just about the fire. If there's any other investigation that we're paying for in this manner, we need to get every investigation that we pay for. You need to share that with us. You need to share the outcome with us. And that's my take. If the administration is not willing to do an executive session with us, include me in that list. Please.
So I'm in agreement with you, Councilman Rivera, right? That route, what I was saying about committee was because you are correct, we didn't get all the findings. I basically was told this is what happened. So I'm in agreement that we bring it and that it be an executive session. I'm just saying, how do we, not write someone, right? And we start talking and having discussions of that nature.
We haven't discussed.
No, I know, I understand, okay? So I'm okay with an executive session to discuss it.
Council President?
Councilwoman Cotton, Councilman Velez.
Okay, let me, understand, I'm listening to Amen, and, I'm listening to all my council colleagues. There's probably quite a few issues that we actually could be talking about. But we need to go into executive session for some of the things, how many items we're gonna talk about. I'm on the legal committee, I'm not on the public safety committee. So, but I think that when they all said that, that to bring it, to executive session, if I hear other council people saying bring them in before us, we're not lawyers to be questioning people. We're not lawyers to, no, stop shaking head. But I'm saying, no,
the outcome of the report is what I'm saying.
No. Some council people were saying we can call a meeting and we can question, we can rights notice. That's what you have to do.
You guys did that to Jeff Jones before. The whole administration was questioned. We don't want to go there. I'm not saying we should go there.
No, I'm not thinking we should go there. No, I didn't question Jeff Jones. You know who did it, and you know who was sitting on the city council at that time with Jeff Jones. So, but I'm saying to you, some council people are saying they want to bring everybody in, and we question them all. I'm saying bring it to executive session. Whatever items that you done got a response to, and whatever item that the outside corporation, whoever we hired, gave you an answer, then you need to share the answer. We may not like the answer, but just share the answer. We may not agree with it, but just still share it. What was the outcome of this? What was the outcome of that? What was the outcome of this? Just share it, and that could be an executive session. You know, sometimes you have to say, and I said it to many other council members, you know, I remember sitting here with Glenn Brown was the public safety director. We was in executive session, and before we walked out the room, everybody outside already knew what we talked about. When they said you're supposed to keep certain things to yourself, and I think Eamon understand what I'm trying to say. If we say something in executive session, it's not to be shared out there until he says to us, we can share it. That's all. Now, I would agree, we need to go into executive session to hear what was the outcome. We may not like the answer, and we may like the answer. I don't know what the answer is.
So
The only one who knows is Eamon. So, you know, I think we should go into executive session with all 9 of us to hear what was the outcome. Is that okay?
Councilwoman, I agree. I agree with you. Okay, I agree with Councilmember. I think everyone here, I'm not saying I'm not in agreement at all. So, Madam VA, you've heard this. Corporation Counsel, you've heard Councilman Velez, give me a minute. So, you know, the route I would take it, all right, and what I would like to see, I will repeat it again, that it goes through Public Safety Committee, that it goes through Legal Committee, right? And that we have our discussions here, and that we do an executive session.
So, saying that.
So why discuss it 3 times, Council President?
Council President.
I was next.
Councilman Velez was next. We have committees, we have councilmen.
Council President, the investigation is done already, so what's the point of going through the committees and?
No, it's to get information on what exactly.
Information is completed, it's done, finished.
It's just like
We just have to share it with us, that's all. Information is done,
So that's what you're saying then, so everyone agrees just an executive session?
That is correct.
Okay, everyone say yes, okay? Corporation Counsel, prepare to have an executive session pertaining to the information that was discussed today.
Yeah, Council President.
Okay.
Now, could we have the council sign a confidentiality? We shouldn't have to do that. But the thing is, I've noticed, even when I was president, some people, they don't know how to stay quiet. There is things here we should not be discussing publicly because there's consequences, financial consequences to the taxpayers of Paterson.
You can forget it, Councilman, you can forget it.
We did that at the district and it worked for us.
It worked for us, but it's not gonna work here, you can forget it.
We'll give it a try.
Council President.
Well, I think the other piece to this, wait, Councilman Velez has the floor. Let us, we're gonna complete this, it's almost midnight, okay?
Yeah.
Councilman Velez, just quickly.
No, thank you, I'm trying to page in here. See, I gotta balance a little bit here. There was a president of the United States of America. An investigation was conducted for a sexual improper conduct, and it was public for you all the way around the world, almost getting preached, and it was not behind closed doors. For a little simple thing that probably do not merit to bring it on another level, and this I can understand this. They conduct an internal investigation, and probably the result is to not take it to the other level because they didn't find nothing criminal on it. So I understand the process. Meanwhile, so they take some people for $1.50 that I heard around, but that's okay. But the only thing I want to say is, you know, let's put this to rest. Let's have this meeting. Let's move forward, and then from there, if everybody want to bring glove, boxing glove, and break their head with it, hey, let's do it. Probably we get a trophy with a fire truck on it, but you know, let's do what we have to do. That's it.
So, Councilman, you repeated what I stated, that we're gonna move forward, and I just addressed the Corporation Counsel to let him know that we're gonna proceed with an executive. Councilman Jackson?
So I'll be very quick, Council President, just so I'm clear. I do not agree with the executive session, but I will entertain and go through the proceedings. What's embarrassing is we had a former mayor that was treated with a different measuring stick and he was held accountable, and he was forced to do jail time. His family was had to go through certain levels of scrutiny. We have that same level of unaccountability going on now, and there is absolutely nothing. This council has the ability. I don't understand what Councilwoman Cotton. This council it is within the purview of the council and the responsibility of the council to hold the administration accountable. When you have half-measured, half-baked investigations that are done, even and when you talk about the financial ramifications, but in the case of the community improvement director, where he was not even interviewed by the agency or the party that was hired to do the investigation, yet it was still suspended and almost brought to termination. So that's going to be ramifications that the taxpayers have to pay for, and no one is thinking of that. But when you have half-baked investigations that are going on, and this council is failing to take its rightful place to take care of its responsibilities, it's just another reflection to the community on why the city's in the condition it's in. With all the legal, I'm sorry, Council President.
I just wanted to. I'm gonna allow you to finish.
Allow me to finish.
No, Councilman Jackson, Councilman Jackson. What I wanna say to you is this. I started the meeting by saying, when I address you and call your name, please acknowledge that I'm calling you. All right, and I'm going to allow you to finish. I just don't want you to continue thinking that that's not a possibility. What I'm asking.
It's not about what's a possibility, Council President.
Councilman Jackson, let me finish my statement. And what it is the first step will be this executive session. From there on, this council could decide, you know what? We were not satisfied, absolutely not, and we can agree from that meeting to say, we're gonna move forward with a committee of the whole. That's what I want to know.
I'm addressing the public, so I'm addressing the public. And it's obvious that certain members of the council still are in a collusion with the administration and is not willing to hold the administration accountable. And therefore, who pays the price? The community. Because these infractions go unanswered to. So I'm going to stand firm on it, as I continue to stand firm on everything else that I stand forward on. This was a criminal act, and this criminal act deserves a criminal investigation. It was not handled equally the way previous activities were handled, and the fact that we had a third-party company or party come in and not even conduct investigations of all the parties involved speaks volumes. You cannot do an investigation on a stolen cake and only interview the people who actually stole the cake. It is not how it works. You have to interview all the parties involved. And the fact that they did not even conduct a thorough investigation, and this council doesn't even want to stand forward on that, it speaks volumes. So, we can move forward however you guys please, but I want to make sure that I continue to inform the public, as I always do, on what's happening behind closed doors. And the council has the ability to hold them accountable, and we're not doing that, but I'll rest it there.
Okay, thank you very much. Can I have a motion to close, please, the workshop?
Move.
Second.
Who said so?
Are we done?
Jackson and
Okay, Councilman Jackson moved it and second by Councilman Mendes, correct?
All right, yes.
Okay, Madam Clerk, moved by Councilman Jackson, second by Councilman Mendes, roll call to close the workshop.
Yes, Madam President. Before we close the workshop session of February 15, 2022, Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I just want to share a couple of information for some of the people, the constituents. As everybody been knowing that I've always talking about things that our community need. And I just want I want my constituents in the city of Paterson to be mindful out there, because there's a bunch of scammers running out here. There's scammers, they're targeting our seniors. I had a lady with no heat for 2 months. Public service came out and red tagged her boiler. Come to find out, they was trying to sell her a boiler And then come to find out, I had another organization come in and nothing was wrong with her boiler. So when I say, to me, I call that scamming. When thinking that she was gonna go out and buy a boiler from them and she did not do it. So I wanna be mindful, when I'm home during the day, people are constantly ringing my bell. I had requested it before to Corporation Counsel, even before Mr. Abushi got there, that when people come into our city, they need to register if they're gonna be knocking on doors, trying to sell something, to our community. So Mr. Abushi, if you could look into that some more, that would be really helpful. Also, I wanted to share that, the county of Passaic County has, besides doing the weatherization now, they're also starting in the month of December, they started. Replacing hot water tanks, major things that you may need done to your house, that they're able to do.
Councilman Alex, you need to mute yourself.
Sorry.
Councilwoman, you muted yourself.
I'm sorry, I was trying to, the state of New Jersey is also now have a program out there. I'm gonna put it on Facebook for those, or I'm gonna leave a message with my secretary, that they're helping people who finally, with their mortgages. If they have gotten behind in their mortgages, there's a program that, the state of New Jersey has started to help those, that with mortgages. I would just like to say too, I'm also having my crime prevention to environmental design meeting, which would be Thursday, the 17th at 147. Montgomery Street is going to be at the church, the Grace Gospel Church, the Butler Center at 147. So if you're able to come out, please come out. It would be at 6 o'clock at 147 Montgomery Street. Also, I would like to say too that, people, will call your name out, but what I understood and what I've been listening to is that we have to be very mindful of what we say, especially in public, because I've seen that they have used, they take clips of you on YouTube and all that. So we have to, I want to say to Mr. Corporation Counsel, you are the one who's supposed to say to us what we can do and what we should not be doing and how we should be doing it. That's you that's supposed to, that's you that should be saying to us, this is what we need to do. So community, be mindful of people knocking on your doors. Community, be mindful of people just doing all kind of crazy stuff. Corporation Counsel, Madam VA, please, when you negotiate these new contracts, we gotta have weekend inspectors. We gotta have night inspectors, because there's so much stuff happening that should not be happening. And we need all of this on the weekends, on nighttime. You ride around, school buses are parked everywhere. Vehicles are just parked all over the place. So those are things that we need. So community, come out Thursday. Grace Gospel Church on 147 Montgomery Street. Crime prevention to environmental design. It's about us saving our own neighborhoods. We have to do our best to do that. So, but with that being said, I know I forgot something else, but that's okay. With that being said, to you all out there, God bless you all, to all my council members, my Madam VA, my Madam Clerk, my Corporation Counsel, my Javier, with the CFO. Have a good night. God bless you all out there. Good night.
Night.
And your vote, Councilwoman?
I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. You know what? I'm telling you, I'm gonna be beat down tomorrow. Oh goodness, again, but that's okay. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So let me say this to members of the public. You have a responsibility when you become elected, just like you have a responsibility when you get appointed. When you're appointed to the planning board and the zoning board, you have a responsibility to go to classes, to learn the land use laws. You have a responsibility to the oath that you took. You have a responsibility as an oath that you took when you got elected to this position to know the boundaries that are set for you and know the requirements and know the capacity of the seat. We have the ability here to hold people accountable, and yet we fail to do it, and we fail to do it on your behalf. We should not have to rely on the city attorney to tell us what our responsibilities are. That's not why we got elected. We took these seats to make sure that we hold everyone accountable on your behalf. We're here to do a job on the behalf of the residents. So therefore, when things don't get done, it's because people fail to do their part. And I will not take on that kind of responsibility. I will be responsible and accountable to you and all of the residents of our community. With that being said, Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Kalik?
Good night, everyone. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Mendez?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So before my vote, let me just inform the public that this Saturday, the 19th, I've been receiving a lot of calls about this event. You don't need to get registered this Saturday, the 19th at 2 p.m. Starting at 2 p.m., I'm meeting with a group of experts. We're going to teach our Paterson residents how to become homeowners. We're going to talk about credit. We're going to talk about all the steps that you need to follow to buy your property. It's not impossible. It's definitely, I have the blessing of helping many people to become homeowners in the city of Paterson, to being able to purchase their property. In 2021 was an amazing year. 2022 we're going in the same direction, but we want to make sure that the community get the education that they need. So it's going to be a great event starting at 2 p.m., 535 Broadway. So I look forward to see all the community. You don't need to get registered. So if you have any questions, you can call your councilman at 973-930-1436. Home ownership is really what we need in the city of Paterson to empower our community, to clean our neighborhood. And, so in another note, I know we spoke about having a executive session to talk about this investigation, but I'm just going to say this, and I've been going through this for I will say for the past maybe couple of years. God is big and God is watching what we do. And this administration, this mayor specifically, he's a bully, he go after people. When you are a threat for him, when you represent the threat, he will follow you and he tried to discourage you and damage your reputation. There's many other investigations that we should be following, but there's a vote of not confidence that should be in the table for this mayor a long time ago. And this administration, this mayor specifically, he felt Paterson big, and he knows that he did that. So I'm looking forward to have this conversation, but all the things will come. He always talk about transparency. He always talk about, work ethic, but this is the only administration that I see, and this is the only mayor that I see, and I'm concerned about this because he's using a organization, a One Paterson organization, and he mixing this One Paterson organization with the city. Nobody knows the amount of people who donate money to that entity. And I'm challenging him, and I did this before, to release all the name of the people that donated money to that entity. I'm extremely concerned with all the corruption that has been going on in the city. But God is great, and listen, something is going to come out sooner or later. He knows, and he tried to damage people's reputation. We know what he's been doing, one of the directors went through the situation, has been going through the situation, because if you're not aligned with him, he will find a way to try to hurt you. But God is good, God is great, and things are coming into light. So I don't understand what things that he have done, and this administration received so much resources, more than any other administration maybe in the past 30 years, and look the way the condition of the city is. The residents of the city, they cannot wait for May 10th, and the mayor knows about it. So I'm just gonna leave it at that, Mayor. So I'm excited about what's gonna happen. God bless you, Paterson. Have a blessed night. I see everybody on my Paterson resident. If you wanna purchase property, stop by. We're gonna teach you from point A to point Z on Saturday, 2 p.m., 535 Broadway. God bless you, Paterson. And your councilman's cell phone number is 973-930-1436. If you don't answer it, send me a text and I will get back to you in a little bit, okay? God bless you, Paterson. Have a good night. Madam President, thank you. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Names?
So to Paterson in its entirety, I just want to officially announce that Mr. G's Restaurant is officially back open as of Monday. They are open. They are closed on Tuesdays, but they are open 6 days a week. Please go by. They have some amazing specials that they'll be doing every day. On Monday, they had salmon and shrimp and steak. It was delicious. So please stop by. His daughters are running the restaurant, and it's just amazing. So please stop by. Also, in addition to that, there is, the state has just put forward a initiative for anyone that is having issues with paying your mortgage. So on my social media page, I will also send it to my team members blast as well to the community at large. But it's through the state, and I just want to provide you with the information. Give me one quick second. Just the details. Let's see if it comes up while I'm talking. My phone died. But I'll put it on my social media page, and also I'll send it to my clerk's office so all of the council members can get the details as well. So that if you're struggling with your mortgage or you have issues as it relates to paying it, there is some money through the Department of Community Affairs that is available that you will go online and apply for the money. So please check into that as well. And I wanted to say to the public, we have to continue building. So many people are passing away, young, old, middle age, all over our community. And we really have to, number one, we have to stay in prayer. But number two, we have to be able to work together and to build together and to give people their flowers while they can smell them. I put it on social media yesterday that the shooting has to stop. When they're shooting in the afternoon and kids are getting out of school and they're walking from school and the senseless violence, it just has to stop. I was driving, I thought it was firecrackers. And then next thing you know, police were everywhere, right in front of me. And that's a scary situation. And then to see the kids walking is even, worse. So please, I beg Paterson, I know the weather is going to break. It's going to be like 63 degrees on Thursday. But please, 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 also to the community at large, please, if you can invest in cameras, please get them. The Ring doorbell, get them. There has been some robberies that are going on and some burglaries that are going on. Please invest in cameras. If this is the situation, report it to the police, send the footage to the police so that the perpetrators can be apprehended. We're in a serious time. Poverty, it breeds a lot of violence and corruption in the community. So we have to make sure that we protect ourselves, protect your surroundings, look before you get out your car, wear light clothes in the evening. Please stay safe. I know they're lifting the mask mandate on March the 7th, but you gotta use your own, as our Corporation Council says, collective wisdom when it comes to that. But just make sure that you do what's right for you and your family in these very trying times. To the Maskey and the Hunt family and the passing of Dolores, heartfelt condolences go out to you, as well as so many others that have passed away. Miss Catherine Clark, her grandson, and his passing as well, and both of those services are on Thursday. So Paterson, let's keep building and let's battling, and let's move forward together to build a better Paterson. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you. Councilman Rivera?
He's gone.
Okay. Councilman Lynch?
Thank you. I just closed my door, just in case what I'm gonna say. I just gotta speak from the heart. Let's be honest.
I'm sorry, Councilman, before you go, so everybody's leaving the meeting. I don't, 1, 2, 3, okay.
We got 5.
No, because I just saw Caligula, Rivera left, Mendes left.
I'm not leaving.
Yeah, they can't do that, like, come on, no, you gotta have 5, you can't keep doing that.
I understand, I'm with you.
It's hard.
Apologies, Councilman Velez. Is that as soon as Council Mendez leave?
No, but I'm saying you don't need the meeting. They have respect for all council people. Stay on the meeting until all of us finish voting. That's all. That's the proper way of doing stuff. Stay on the meeting until we all.
We have 5 though.
I don't care. I hear you, Councilwoman Mims, but just stay on the meeting.
They're gone, they don't hear you. They don't hear you.
No, but they're gonna hear. Somebody gonna tell them.
Okay, Councilwoman, thank you so much. I apologize, Councilman Velez.
It's to have game announcement like the football game, so, I don't have a problem with that. Listen, I'm a happy camper, but when I have to say something, I'm gonna say it the way it is. Councilman Mendez requests a report of the investigation of fires in the city of Paterson. We have had people that have died in the city with gun violence. We have people that have performing robberies. We have people that have done a lot of crimes. So I will be more interested to see a report, and I'm going to formally request them at the VA how many arrests the police have done every time a constituent called them regarding any issue in the city of Paterson. So I want to see the data, how many arrests and close cases we have in the city, because the media announce a lot breaking records, but we want to know how many arrests and they have performed and how the way they arrest them. The second thing is that, I said it the other day, before you go like this, make sure you don't have 4 fingers pointing at you. Okay? My colleague says that this administration, and listen, I'm running for mayor. I'm not helping him. I have my own belief where I want to take the city forward. I have my own supporter, and trust me, I have the Lord that's moving me forward. So don't take me for granted. But when you say something that this administration is doing, not doing, or whatever, you have to make sure what you're asking. Especially when they use the word integrity and be transparent. Let me remind Councilman Mendez that he still is indicted by charges, and he hasn't been honest with the community where he at with his case. So if you want to talk about transparency and want to be honesty and being clear with the community, let's do it the right way. Clean your house first, look at somebody's house, and then you try to bring solution to the city. But when your mind is corrupt, and when your mind like the mayor is corrupt, this city is not going to move forward. So nobody could point another corrupt mayor if you are corrupt and you're not coming clear. I'm tired of announcing. If people know how to read newspaper, if people know how to read articles, if they know how to read notes of the attorney general or the lawyer or the judge is taking care of this case, come on, we're not stupid. There's people playing with their time. There's people playing with the sentiment of the city. There's people playing that they don't want to really see the city moving forward. So, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to talk about transparency, let's start talking about transparency yourself. I could talk transparency myself. My hands are clean. I don't have a criminal record. I'm not indicted. And whatever they have accused of me, God has helped me to counsel seed. And I'm going to say this. I dare you to use the fatal accident that I had recently in November to use it for politics. There's people out there that love me. There's people out there that pray with me. There's people out there that work with me in those difficult moments. Dare you to use that motor vehicle accident for politics. You should be ashamed of yourself. Let's stop praying. Let's stop promising people things that you cannot even do in 4 years. And when you point administration, make sure your track record speaks by itself. What you have done in the city to say that you deserve a chair of the mayor of the city. What you have done. Look at your track record. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's be honest. I get tired when people start fishing moral, in other words, like we say in Puerto Rico. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm tired of the hypocrisy that people have. I am tired. And I'm not gonna apologize. Because I am out there. I walk the beat. I'm boots on the ground. I hear my community crying. I hear not only my community, when I say my community, I'm talking the whole entire community crying. From faith-based all the way down to a porter or janitor from the school. We are tired of press conference with no results. Waste of money going down the drain and we don't see invested in our streets, roads, and the recreation. The record will speak by itself. Ladies and gentlemen, good night. God bless you. Stay tuned for the second part next Tuesday. I'm Velez. I approve this message. My vote is yes. Good night, everyone.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, did you hear me?
I did hear you.
I just want to make sure that my mic.
I just need to collect my thoughts.
Okay.
I want to thank my council ladies first. Thank you. To Paterson, Corporation Counsel and Madam BA, and to our Madam Clerk, thank you as well. This clearly is tough. I'm gonna leave it at that. But to the community, these meetings are on YouTube. Let's go back. Let's look at other meetings as well. Some of the things that are discussed sometimes, I become very passionate, and sometimes my message sometimes may not be clear based on some of the things that I hear from some of my colleagues, because we know some of the things are not factual. I want to speak with facts. I want to be fair, okay? And when you have to be tough, you have to be tough. But let's not use the platform of trying to get city business done just for a personal, gain. I am running for re-election. I don't need to let people know. Let me tell you, people know. There's 3 of us running for re-election. And so I'm not going to use this platform. It's just not in me to do that, okay? So let us continue to do the work that we need to do. So specifically to the 2 ladies on the council, I want to thank you, okay? And with that said, I'll just leave it at that. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes. I will see you next Tuesday, all right? We'll finalize, I believe, Councilman Kalik and Councilman Abdulaziz are going to be given their honorees, and it'll be our last meeting, and I'm looking forward to March, Women's History Month. Councilwoman Cotton, I will say to you that your emails were received, the committee hasn't met, but there's quite a few, and I thought that because the committee has not met, the one item was removed from the agenda, and I think that there's going to be quite a few ladies being honored for Women's History Month, and I think that what better way to start it with your request, okay, which we'll put forward later. But anyway, I just want to thank you. Thank you. God bless you. I love Paterson. Good night, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes to close.
Council President, before I announce the vote, also the mayor has an Black History resolution to present as well. So
Oh my God, my apologies. Yeah.
I reached out to him. I did.
Okay.
He did it at the brownstone.
So that was we discussed it. It was a proclamation. So the resolution is still here.
Okay.
So we talked about it, and I spoke with the secretary. So he will be presenting his as well.
Okay, so, and I'm okay with that, because I think council members that are still here, as councilwoman and I'll take full responsibility dropping the ball in terms of not confirming through the clerk's office to confirm everyone. So we gotta take ownership, and as the leader of the council, I take that. But that was something that Councilwoman Cotton and I, it was almost like we were all at a place where we discussed it, right? And then not everyone was part of that, but let's leave it at that. That is fine. Let us work, my council ladies, let us work with March. March is gonna be a good month for us, okay? Good night.
Okay, I let me announce the vote. The vote is 7 in favor, 2 absent. The workshop session is now closed. Good night,
Thank you
everyone.
very much.
Council President, I'm coming over there for 1 minute to see you.
Oh,
Quickly.
Yeah, good night.
Hi, what happened?
No, I just wanna say good night to everyone, and,
I'll see you outside in a minute.
Okay then,
I got security out there? Okay,
yeah, you got it.
all right.
Yeah.
Okay, good night.